Hello, everybody, and welcome to Joker's Wildcat Watch Along. I am Lobo, and tonight we got Friday Night SmackDown before WrestleMania. I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited for a few matches for this weekend. I'll put the volume up a little bit.
Fans from all over the world have descended on Sin City for WrestleMania 41.
Tell me what you guys are excited for WrestleMania. Tomorrow we have Jey Uso versus Gunther trying to get that world title.
The WWE will never be the same.
We also got Tiffany versus Flair,
a mile away on the other side of I-15.
the U.S. title. LA Knight putting his championship on the line against Fatu, Jacob Fatu. Should be a great match.
What a show they are ready for.
We also have the World Tag Team Champions. Hey, Cody in the building.
It's a duty to save the sport. In 48 hours, he defends the Undisputed Championship against John Cena tonight. We will hear their final words before it all. And he's got gold to be controlled. The Motor City
World Tag Team Champions up for grabs tonight.
Tonight, they can win it back. But the Street Profits are proving they are the best versions of themselves in recent months. The WWE Tag Team Champions are out to defend in Sin City. And pulling up here to T-Mobile.
Is that John Cena?
To start off this WrestleMania weekend. It's Solo.
Tama.
The night before, Jacob Fatu will fight for the U.S. Championship. And Solo finds himself.
Ooh, LA Knight attacking.
I guess LA Knight is ready, Wade Barrett.
Ooh, possibly breaking that hand from Tamatanga.
Look at this scene here inside T-Mobile Arena. The final step on the road to WrestleMania. We have arrived.
Oh, we're starting with Seth Rollins. Very different kind of suit. White and black with gold flowers or roses? Gold roses. Cool. He's going to go up against Roman and CM Punk tomorrow night for the main event. A lot of beef between him and CM Punk. Roman and CM Punk for Paul Heyman. And him and Roman, Seth and Roman, their history.
Will the fans be singing this very soon at the close of WrestleMania Saturday? Seth freaking Rollins, who managed to drop both.
Seth had been dropping bombs, not only in the ring, but I mean in the mic as well lately.
Ticket to victory in the main event on WrestleMania Saturday.
See what he's got to say.
Las Vegas! It ain't Monday, it's Friday, but I think it still works. Let's try it out. Welcome to Friday Night Raleigh.
Still works.
And I'm your host for tonight. I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. I am Seth.
Oof. Crowd doesn't learn. Leave that name out of there. Still chanting CM Punk. Oh, now sitting down like CM Punk and taking off the sign off the mic. Jeez.
We'll get to the OTC in just a minute, but I'd like to start with that guy whose name you were chanting first.
Of course.
That's it. That's the reason he came back to wrestling, right? Because all of you chanted his name for 10 long years. That's why he came back, right? Except when CM Punk came back to the ring, it wasn't a WWE ring.
Damn.
So,
Yeah.
did he come back because you guys were chanting his name? Or did he come back because somebody wrote him a big, fat check?
He did say he was not there to make. No.
But you know, when he burned that bridge, like he burned every other bridge, he did finally come back to WWE after 10 long years. And was it because you guys chanted his name? No.
Hey, Marina, how you doing?
Because they wrote him another big, fat check.
Yeah, he did say he wasn't here to make friends.
CM Punk likes to pretend tell me when I'm telling lies.
He's not.
CM Punk loves to pretend that he came back for all of you. CM Punk doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about WWE.
It's all about
liar.
the money.
He's a fraud.
You're
He's
home?
a coward.
Didn't work tonight? I mean, he's not.
And say what you will.
Rollins is not lying.
About Roman Reigns, Mr. OTC.
Oh, yeah. Wait, Roman.
The OTC, he doesn't even pretend to care about you guys. He doesn't even pretend to care about WWE. And you can believe that. The OTC only cares about the OTC. Roman Reigns is in the Roman Reigns business. He's Mr. Private Jet, Mr. Limited Schedule, Mr. Handpicked Opponent. Roman Reigns. Oh, yeah.
The soccer chants. You work tomorrow. Tomorrow we have and Sunday we have WrestleMania stream, so I'll send you the link as well for that.
He loves that. He loves when you love him. Roman Reigns knows nothing about sacrifice. CM Punk knows nothing about sacrifice. I know everything about sacrifice.
Truth.
But funny enough, guys, this whole story between myself, Roman Reigns, and CM Punk, it started 12 years ago, and it started with Paul Heyman.
Uh-oh.
That's the truth. Paul Heyman brought myself, Roman Reigns, and Dean Ambrose into WWE to be a shield for CM Punk.
Oof.
And every single night, I sacrificed everything I had in this ring to be that shield. And did I get any of the credit? Absolutely not. Because everybody in the back wanted the cameras and the spotlight on Roman Reigns.
Yeah.
It was always about Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns is going to be the next John Cena. Roman Reigns is going to be the next cash cow for WWE. Look at Roman Reigns. Put the spotlight on Roman Reigns. And every single year, this went along. And in the background, after CM Punk had gone away, taken his ball and went home, I heard little echoes of CM Punk chants.
Yeah. They never stopped.
Meanwhile, I was making every show. I was in the ring every night, sacrificing everything that I had. And it all came to a head last year in the main event of WrestleMania, where my knee was hanging on by a thread. My stepdad was at home dying of cancer, but I made sure that I was there at the very end to be a shield, to make sure that Roman Reigns lost. This story between us started 12 years ago when Paul Heyman brought myself and Roman into WWE. And it ends tomorrow night in the most important triple threat match in the history of this industry. And I promise you, I will do exactly what I have done for the past 12 years. I will lay it all on the line. I will sacrifice everything that I have to make sure that this business, this company, this industry moves forward in the right direction. That's not a prediction. That's a spoiler.
I love it.
Oh, there was depth of reality as he delivered it.
I mean, he did not lie at all.
Position. The story tomorrow, he says, Wade, was a glimpse into the fuel that is driving Seth Rollins ahead of his triple threat match tomorrow, the main event of WrestleMania Saturday. Rollins feels that he's the one that has done the heavy lifting in carrying this industry to the elevated level it is at today, whereas his opponents Roman Reigns and Seth are there for the money and the glory. We'll see if Seth freaking Rollins.
That was the bomb.
That's your main event from right here in Vegas, WrestleMania Saturday. Begins at 7 p.m. Eastern, streaming on Peacock. And this is WWE Fanatics announced the launch of What's Your Story, hosted by WWE.
Let me know what match you're excited for tomorrow for WrestleMania Night 1 in the comments.
17 features UFC President and CEO Dana White's fascinating conversation, available wherever you get your podcast. There are so many layers to Seth, Roman, and Punk. JoJerz and Wade Barrett with you. You're going to be on the call this weekend with Pat and Cole, and that is going to be the headline tomorrow night. Yeah, let's take you through the cards of both WrestleMania Saturday and WrestleMania Sunday. Now, as we just heard from Seth freaking Rollins himself, the main event of WrestleMania Saturday, three of the biggest names in history are going to meet as the tribal chief Roman Reigns, Seth freaking Rollins, and CM Punk with Paul Heyman in his corner. They will collide.
That should be a great match. I'm a little bit on edge on that one because it's been promoted as a big important match and it might fall through. Jade versus Naomi tomorrow as well. Not too interested in that match.
Tag Team Championship clash.
Yeah. Tag team.
As the War Raiders put the gold on the line against everybody's least favorite tag team, the Boo Day.
The Boo Day, no, the New Day.
Now El Grande Americano is an insult.
Chad Gable, El Grande Americano versus Bray.
Rey Mysterio. Well,
I have a prediction on that one that I'll let you guys know tomorrow on the live stream for WrestleMania Night 1.
The United States champ.
That one There's a few I haven't decided on or picked the winner. LA Knight and Jacob Fatu, and then the triple threat. Just because I'm not sure which way is going to go.
This one has got it all. WWE Women's title on the line as Timothy Stratton defends against the 14-time champ Charlotte Flair. And the ring general has been at his brutalist worst of late, but that has perhaps...
That's going to open up the show tomorrow. Jay versus Luther. Already released that's going to be the first match of the night.
Tomorrow night, that is your WrestleMania Saturday card. Remember, that gets started at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 Pacific, streaming on Peacock. As for Sunday WrestleMania, WWE Women's Tag Team Championship, Bayley and Lyra Valkyria made it through the gauntlet. They face the champs Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez. Then it's a Sin City street fight. Man, is this thing boiled up and over. Damian Priest.
Let's see what kind of street fight this will be.
We got a fatal four-way for the Intercontinental Championship.
That one I don't have a winner either.
Dirty Dogs. And the dogs are going to be barking for Braun Breaker looking to defend. AJ Styles and Logan Paul. Before we
not too interested in that one.
Rhea Ripley.
That one.
Bianca Belair.
Let's go, Io.
Guy trying to defend the Women's World Championship on the line Sunday night from here in Vegas. And the big one tops it all. The undisputed
John Cena
Championship match
versus Cody.
The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes and John Cena. Their final face-off happens here tonight on Friday Night SmackDown.
Still don't know for that one either. There's going to be an Andre?
In the industry like it. The first Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal was held at WrestleMania 30, and here we are these years later. The beloved starts a Mania weekend, the tradition, the newest arrival. Who gets us started?
When are they going to do that tonight? What that song? Hey! I didn't see it last week. But Phoenix, him and his brother have those lights. If you have epilepsy, don't watch this episode. Jeez. They might need to change it because of epilepsy.
The following contest is the Andre the Giant Memorial.
Okay.
It starts with all superstars in the ring. When a superstar is tossed over the top rope and both feet hit the floor, they are...
All right, so this is going to be the Andre the Giant Battle Royal.
Will be declared the winner. Introducing first from Mexico, weighing 182 pounds. Thrilled to bring you this in what is a commercial-free first hour of Friday Night SmackDown. And Ray Gaines has instantly become a fan favorite. The endless amount of artistic offense. His third match since joining WWE. Impressed us against Nathan Frazier. Went to war with Roberto, and now gets this spotlight in the Andre the Giant.
As soon as the Hall of Fame starts, I'm going to switch over to that. Just so you all know.
If he can win his first piece of hardware tonight. The eighth wonder of the world, Andre the Giant. Launching in life. Look at the size of the giant. 7'5". Unmatched in power. Andre the Giant skyrocketed the competition with a nearly 15-year undefeated streak. Everywhere he went, people turned out to see it. There was just something magical about him. The first ever inductee into the WWE Hall of Fame, Andre holds the record for most Battle Royal victories in WWE history, including a dominating performance at WrestleMania 2. And in 2014, WWE established the Andre the Giant Battle Royal, a yearly tradition that brings the same awe and excitement that Andre himself brought to the ring. Tonight, who will make their mark in history? It's the winner of the Andre the Giant Battle Royal.
All right, we got Ray Phoenix or Phoenix. We got Dragon Lee. We got Shinsuke. They showed Gable.
Recent United States champion Shinsuke Nakamura. And that hard-fought battle match with LA Knight found himself in some other anger surrounding Drew McIntyre and Damian Priest recently. And now a chance here to reset things with a showing in the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal.
Oh, there we got a few people in. Oh, they got a lot of people.
WrestleMania is presented by Snickers. Snickers satisfies. And by WWE 2K25. WrestleMania sale is here. WWE 2K25 is 20% off on all platforms today. Bringing you the unique opportunity to rewrite Bloodline family history in 2K Showcase, Bloodline Dynasty, Contender Battles, and more game-changing updates. Save today. Yeah, who needs a pal? Let's just start.
Carlito's in there? Yeah. He was left alone in the middle.
About 26 superstars in that ring right now. I'll be honest with you, it's probably
R-Truth.
Carlito and R-Truth. This is the time. What pretty much snapped through. What did they do him? Look at that one now, Carlito.
Oh, spit at the Miz.
And gets after him.
And there goes Carlito.
I'm trying to get the best of Carmelo.
Ooh, Carmelo R-Truth.
Dangerous position. To his former championship tag team partner, saving his tag team partner, and no, don't miss real chemistry throwing that. Karrion Kross coming off that big Monday Night Raw. He gets his hands right around the neck of the Miz. Well, these two have some unfinished business, but they were feuding somewhat back in their Raw days until very recently. And the newly minted tag team, Mello Don't Miz, teaming up on Karrion Kross as he's able to wrap his leg around that bottom rope. Karrion Kross was competing last night.
Andrade and Santos Escobar going at it in the corner. Those Garza's on Phoenix.
WrestleMania Sunday against Logan Paul. Oh, this is non-stop action right from the start. There's a lot of tag teams competing in this particular battle.
Oh, there goes one of the Garzas.
Phoenix there dropping. A good start by Phoenix.
Ooh. And that goes the other one.
Two elimination, Amos Garza for Ray Phoenix, and now Santos Escobar, perhaps reminding him of the respect that was paid a week ago after that performance, and you could see the disdain in his face as he looked down at Angel Alberto. Impressed with the results of Legado del Fantasma.
There's so much going on.
To the ranks in the form of Ray Phoenix, I'm sure quite a few of our lucha groups would love that. Pretty deadly. Pretty deadly, showcasing great teamwork. Wade. This is simply non-stop. Back to the very top of the big and recently for
Is that Dragon? Yeah, Dragon Lee almost eliminated. The Alpha Academy.
After a long injury layoff from that.
Oh, 8-time down under. Eliminate Pretty Deadly. Nice chops for Pete Dunne.
You've got zero chance of defending yourself when there are this many bodies in the ring. With a little bit of luck and ideally some eyes in the back of your head at times. Now 8-10 down again, but this time so again, we see all of our tag teams working in cahoots to try and take out the rest of the field. With smart strategy.
Trying to eliminate 8-time down under.
Remember, both feet must hit the outside. for dear life in his survival. Look at the
Oh, nice elimination.
to the midsection and then just stands over his fallen prey.
Well, the Kaiser was DMing me a little earlier, telling me this is going to be a golden weekend for both him and the ring general, Gunther, who's defending his title against Jey Uso tomorrow on WrestleMania Saturday. What a start this would be for the Imperium lads if they can pull this off.
World Heavyweight Championship match. Remember, a big part of WrestleMania Saturday, 7
There's
p.m.
no one
start
throw
time,
opener, right?
streaming on Peacock.
The herd is starting to thin, yet we've still got at least 18 or so bodies left in that ring. We're sticking with this all the way through to a finish. Commercial break.
Oh,
Ooh, nice
on
kick
the
to the Miz.
Look like
Santos.
Kaiser finds himself in trouble.
Oh,
And one foot nearly hit the ground, but able to pull himself back up on the apron and wrap that lower leg to secure.
She's starting to slow down. The wear and tear building up on all of these athletes. This really is an endurance event. But now it's Santos Escobar who seems to be taking the ball by the horns and once again interacting with Phoenix.
He just got the best of Andrade moments ago, and now look at him trying to buddy up with Ray Phoenix. We saw this a week ago as well.
Yeah, I'll tell you this, when
Santos
you get
trying
a
to-
top star debuting, there's a lot of anger, a lot of bitterness, a lot of jealousy.
and there goes Santos. Phoenix and Holmes.
Most celebrated luchadors in modern history just eliminated Santos Escobar. And now Otis using Tozawa as a weapon on the airplane spin.
On the 330-pound girthiest man in the
Jesus.
match, who is perhaps, due to that size, the odds-on favorite, and now he's using tape on the Tozawa.
You may miss it when it's large.
Just built differently, those
Jesus. Toss the hell out of Tozawa to outside the ring.
Looking to avenge it.
Oh, but takes himself over too. Damn it, Otis.
She's eliminated. Rune's eliminated.
just a little overzealous there from Otis, who had
I thought he was going to be one of the last ones here.
that massive break. Let's tell it how it is, JoJerz. This is a bunch of guys who are pretty evident deep down that they have been left off the WrestleMania card, and a victory here is the ideal way to let management know, hey guys, you made a mistake. Don't do this again this time next year. A WrestleMania portal to make sure I'm on the card.
But that's exactly
We're
what I
still
love.
attacking
The hunger and
American
intensity,
made.
the all-out passion that's been on display instantly from the start.
Damn, Waller flies out of there.
On the other side, Austin Theory as he battles out of it.
And there goes A-Town down under. Andrade, he's hot right now.
Doing a hell of a job of taking out.
Ooh, luchadors after Chad Gable.
Luchadors surrounding Chad Gable.
Oh, shit. Stiff kick.
It's the best of them.
Chad Gable gone.
The Luchadors just got rid of Chad Gable. They all spotted him in the center of the ring, and they said attack.
Well, there's a lot of allegations about Chad Gable being El Grande
Oh.
Mexicano. That was clearly the motivation for those luchadors. A completely heinous allegations spread by people like Michael Cole and Rey Mysterio.
Chad Gable being eliminated by Ray Phoenix as the rest of the game started it.
Oof.
Big right hand from Karrion Kross. He's using you. And the message sent by Cross. The man with the silver title.
Ooh, big chop by Dragon Lee.
That is a
And damn, that was all he wrote.
dropped by the massive Karrion Kross, the devil you know, the Sin City hometown man. Could be a popular thing.
He just had a match the other night in Bloodsport. Oh, and he goes out.
Kickstay, Nakamura, Hunter.
Mr. Menacing Japanese star who has previously won the Royal Rumble in 2018. Great experience for a match of this
Ooh,
type.
nice kick.
Dragon Lee is simply too quick.
Dragon Lee showing you the great athleticism As he lines him up.
Oh, Kinshasa.
Cleaning the block of
Dragon.
Dragon Lee, who's about to get tossed out.
Oh, and down out is Dragon Lee. Thought he was gonna last longer, but hey.
We're starting to get a good idea of who potentially is going to lift that trophy. Remember, Bronson Reed.
Oof.
Kaiser clinging on for dear
Oh, by the hair of Pete Dunne.
Grabbing Pete Dunne by the hair, by the neck. Kaiser and Dunne. Remember,
Both of them on the apron.
Must touch.
Big chop.
Both men.
Kaiser.
Precarious situation right on the apron as he takes it. And then as he's wont to do, stumps on the hands. Trying to get leverage against Kaiser, but Kaiser smart to throw right under that.
Oh.
So crafty and devious is Ludwig Kaiser. Really has everything to be an absolute top star here on SmackDown.
Would you look at this from Pete?
Nice.
Dunne,
A submission.
trying to get the necessary leverage to eliminate Ludwig Kaiser.
So
Nice elimination there by Pete Dunne.
must be destroyed. His man Kaiser being a
6 left.
he still has a big
We
job
got Miz,
to do tomorrow night
Phoenix,
against Jey Uso.
Andrade, Carmelo, and Pete Dunne. And ooh, I thought Carmelo was gonna go out. And Miz.
Mid-air
Nope.
bicycle.
Pete Dunne is going on a tear here. He smells victory.
Pete Dunne on the offensive attack.
Uh-oh, gonna quit.
Double Hayes is
Those
manipulation
fingers.
in the midst of the battle royal.
Now Mello don't miss, balance precariously on the apron. Pete Dunne looking to clean them both out. And once again, the
Miz saves Carmelo, but causes. But he ate the loss.
Carmelo Hayes lives on. He's got a big thank you to say to the Miz after this one.
Now Hayes
Yeah.
and Pete Dunne lock up.
Ooh, big toss.
After Dunne went
Pete
on
Dunne.
a surge, Mello takes
Oh,
care of it.
Andrade, Mello.
Great
Great rivalry just last year. Shinsuke, Phoenix, Mello, and Andrade left.
Who is going to lift the Andre the Giant Memorial Trophy?
Ray Phoenix, Shinsuke Nakamura.
It looks like this is built for Ray Phoenix.
Now remember, this time last year it was Big Boy Bronson Reed who lifted the trophy. What a launch pad it was for him to go on an absolute tear for 2024 and devastate the entire locker room. Who's going to grab that opportunity?
Ooh, big chop.
Now with such career momentum with a victory here tonight to start off WrestleMania weekend.
Shinsuke
Here
in the role.
Shinsuke Nakamura looks to take hold of the situation here, getting the best of Andrade. And Shinsuke looking to get back and show something. Andrade looking out of the way.
Ooh, nice super kick. Ooh, and Shinsuke out with that triangle drop kick.
Athleticism from the Lucha superstar.
And there were three-way. Phoenix, Mello, Andrade.
One of the best movers we've got in the entire company.
Oof, Phoenix almost won it there.
He can loosen up those hands. But Mello
Nope,
able
look
to
back.
secure his position. Bucks on the attack.
Was just a lack of
Celebrated
experience
too early,
against the
Phoenix.
matchup there from Ray Phoenix, and thought he had got the job done, but simply did not catch the feet of Mello or Andrade on the floor. They live on.
Oof, nice head scissors from Phoenix.
Andrade just slid over that bottom rope. Remember, top rope elimination, both feet.
Ooh, oh, big spin kick.
Dynamo he is.
That is simply unfair. Pulling out moves like that, the roster is just not used to it.
Oof, nice.
Explosive and scintillating as you like.
The explosive.
Uh-oh, Phoenix on the outside.
High-flying, intense style of Ray Phoenix. And here is Phoenix.
Oh, oh, Grande Americano cost. Chad Gable just eliminated Phoenix.
While Ray Phoenix has been on a tear.
Wow. Did not see that one coming.
What a shocking turn of events here.
But one of the best rivals on SmackDown last year, Andrade and Carmelo. One more time here.
Is eliminated. It comes down to Carmelo Hayes and Andrade. Remember, in 2024, they had that sensational 7-match series.
Yep.
That is what is on the line.
I have to think Andrade Americano was far from impressed with the lack of sport.
Expect Phoenix to get involved in tomorrow's match with Ray and Andrade.
Andrade Americano, I'm impressed.
Andrade was looking for the message. Hayes wants to counter.
Nice reversal back and
They have
forth.
such familiarity with each other after what they went through in 2024.
Double clothesline.
Remember that great
Another
series
one.
for the #1 contender for the U.S. title. It was tied up 3-3 when it came down to a point.
Ooh.
LA Knight disrupted things.
Oh, big back elbow. Ooh, to Carmelo.
The night before Mania, what a show by Carmelo Hayes and Andrade. 17,000 plus here at T-Mobile Arena.
Both men flattened out in the ring, giving it everything they've got. What an opportunity this is to set your compass for the rest of 2025 by lifting this prestigious trophy, undoubtedly using it as a launch pad for further greatness. A lot on the line between these two.
One of the most distinct trophies in the industry.
Two men now running on fumes, desperate to lift this thing.
Oh, Eddie Guerrero. Going for 3 amigos? Nope.
Wants to lock him up.
Ooh. Into the plex cut.
Suplex into a cut-up move, completely dropping Andrade.
I'm trying to look for the win here. Instead, both men find themselves on the
Oh. Nice trip up from Carmelo. Getting the win.
Well, the former first-round draft pick of SmackDown,
Yep.
now really beginning to fulfill the promise that he has always had. Carmelo Hayes clearly has magic in his boots, but take a look again. This was the elimination for Ray Phoenix, but Brandon Americano was clearly wanted to take out the new Lucha.
Great move right there by Carmelo to eliminate Andrade.
Dumping out Andrade and securing this prestigious trophy. What a moment for Carmelo.
It is a moment, and it is well-earned and well-deserved. He has been through recent battles against the best in the biz. And he
Good finish to the match.
here tonight. And there's a celebration by
Yeah,
the
Miz sacrificed himself.
Don't
Save Melo.
Major assist from the Wiz. For Carmelo Hayes on several occasions, these two, the unfancy couple, have shown some real chemistry over the past several weeks. Congratulations, Carmelo Hayes.
It was some headlines. Chad Gable was eliminated by Ray Phoenix, and then a shocking arrival of Grande Americano, who then eliminated.
Grande
I don't know
Americano.
what you're implying with those
I
eyebrows,
am
Joe. There's no proven link between those two men. Stop listening to nonsense mongers like Michael Cole.
Well, nonetheless, congratulations to Carmelo Hayes, who is celebrating here in Vegas. And coming up in a few hours, right here in Vegas, it is going to be the WWE Hall of Fame ceremony, topped and headlined by the induction of Triple H.
So that'll be 18 minutes now.
Here
I'll
we
switch
go.
over to the Hall of Fame.
Triple H versus The Undertaker. Shawn Michaels, the special referee, and the mirror inside Hell in a Cell.
Great match.
It was like the last two toughest guys in the prison yard from a bygone generation. When these two hooked up, everybody in the yard's watching it.
They were just absolutely blistering one another. Chairs and
To me, that story had everything. Shawn Michaels, Mr. WrestleMania. Here's the guy Undertaker who he couldn't beat at WrestleMania. Here's his best friend Triple H. Now he's the rep. He has to stay impartial.
Storytelling at its finest. To see it all happen, it was just amazing.
That match, that rivalry, it's years of experience doing what they do best.
I knew that we had just finished something that was going to be so special that it would last through the endless of time.
The era has ended, and what a way to go.
Standing up there with those two guys that I had the utmost respect for. It's probably one of the most special moments of my career.
Well, this is going to be at 10 o'clock Pacific, right down the street in Fontainebleau. You can watch it streaming on Peacock. It'll be on YouTube, on TikTok, on X. Some tickets are still available. There's a 2-hour window to get there after SmackDown. And this wait is the full class of 2025.
Yeah, some of the absolute greatest of all time. Of course, heading up.
Also, the immortal moment of WrestleMania 13.
Great kid, Shawn Michaels, and of course, Stone Cold Steve Austin and Bret the Hitman Hart. What a class!
That double turn on that thing.
Michaels yesterday, Heartbreak Kid telling me how much pressure he feels with the induction of his best friend Triple H. He's going to be making that speech and introducing him a little later on. You didn't have your exclusive one-on-one interview with Charlotte Flair airing during the Countdown show, but let's take everybody to what happened last week. Of course, the future Hall of Famer on the attack again.
Yeah, so this was last week on SmackDown. Stratton was celebrating a win against Sam Perez when Charlotte Flair had been sent home earlier in the day. She struck the hell out of the jab with some of our security guards. That was up until a handsome commentator bravely prevented further damage. Now, I actually managed to have a sit down with Charlotte Flair a couple of days ago. Let's take you to a snippet of that right now. Well, things between you and Tiffany have certainly got personal of late. There have been numerous verbal attacks, physical attacks. Yeah, you, in fact, have even been sent home from an arena by management.
Not the first
which
time.
You then returned and attacked Tiffany once again. Tell us why things have got so ugly between the two of you.
I don't love it. We've moved past it. I have a chip on my shoulder, and if I really look deep into Tiffany, I think she's got a chip on her shoulder. Like I said, I don't love it, but now people are really invested in this WrestleMania match. And if there's anything that matters most to me, it's that people tune in to see Charlotte Flair at WrestleMania. They're going to tune in to see Charlotte Flair and Tiffany Stratton on the biggest stage. And this is how we got there. But people are invested. And I think at the end of the day, that's what this business is about. Sometimes it can be insensitive, but that's how you get tough skin. That's how you make it.
Well, the wait is over. The heated conflicts that have defined the past few weeks leading to this championship, they get settled at WrestleMania tomorrow. Streaming on Peacock at 7 p.m. Eastern Tippy time. Each one of the greatest of all time.
And we have got a lot to get through tonight on SmackDown before we get anywhere near WrestleMania because
They faced off, John Cena and Cody.
Sunday, WWE champ Cody Rhodes and the challenger John Cena. They're going to meet tonight, face to face, live on SmackDown. That's coming up later tonight. Also later tonight, it is the
Tag team champs.
Tag Team
Street
Championship.
Profits put it on the line against MCMG. Motor City Machine Guns.
Motor City Machine Guns right here on SmackDown later this evening.
Now, we also have LA Knight tonight in action taking on Solo Sikoa, but we have just learned that Tama Tonga has been taken to a local medical facility for x-rays after that brutal attack you saw by LA Knight back in the parking lot upon the arrival to this Friday night SmackDown prior to WrestleMania.
Mommy.
Look who's here. A superstar in every sense of the word. Rhea Ripley getting set for the triple threat. We will hear from her.
I thought it was not going to be a commercial break. Let's see if they don't immediately come back to SmackDown after this. Let me know what you guys are looking forward to at WrestleMania, what match, and who's your pick for that match. Also for the John Cena Cody match, who do you think is going to win there?
Tonight only. Save up to 30% off orders.
Yeah, they
If
went
you
into
have a small
commercial.
business,
We'll be right
you
back.
might
Do
not
not
know
go
you could
anywhere.
be wasting
Welcome back to Joker's Wildside Watching List. And we're back here on SmackDown. And then in a few minutes, I'll be moving over to the WWE Hall of Fame. Huh? We got Mommy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Ripley sent a strong message out there recently, reminding Bianca Belair and the world that when she loses something that she loves, she'll stop at nothing to get it back.
I'll tell you right now, JoJerz, some superstars tend to crumble in the biggest of spotlights. Rhea Ripley does the opposite. One of the greatest matches I've ever seen in my entire life. 2 years ago, WrestleMania 39, SoFi Stadium. Rhea bloody Ripley against the great Charlotte Flair, who emerged victorious. This woman, and she has simply continued to improve since then, and it's going to take a similarly Herculean effort from Rhea Ripley if she is going to be victorious.
Who do you guys have winning on that triple threat with Rhea, EST, Bianca, or Io, the champion?
All 17,000 here sense it. You feel it. When she enters the arena, the air changes.
I'm hoping Io wins it, but we'll see. Maybe they'll change my mind here.
Sunday, it marks my 6th WrestleMania. Yeah. And each time I've walked into some sort of championship match, but honestly, this one is probably the most important to me. Because it's true, you know, I let myself get distracted by Bianca Belair, and I lost my Women's World Championship right before WrestleMania. That's my bad. So, you know, I'm not going to, but I could be coming out here right now to talk about the last few weeks, complain, moan, make excuses, but nah, I'm not going to do that because there's no point talking about the past anymore.
You've already done that. That's how you got to Smash.
Sunday, I get back what I want, and I do what I have to do. Rhea bloody Ripley is walking out of WrestleMania, your 3-time Women's World Champion.
Io.
I think the current champ clearly disagrees with that statement.
This is a woman who has been disrespected and overlooked too many times over the past few weeks by some people.
Yeah, it's wearing poker cards.
As a foregone conclusion that WrestleMania 41 will be a prime moment for either Rhea bloody Ripley or Bianca Belair. To those people, I say, are you absolutely insane? Io Sky is one of the greatest this industry has ever seen. She is the reigning champ for a reason.
And she wants something to say.
Didn't even let her speak.
Before the
Yeah, Io should retain.
And once again, to me, Joe, that is a level of disrespect. I agree. At least 30 seconds on the microphone to let her thoughts out there. It's a continuous thing when it comes to this trio.
I'm just dismissing Io Sky, seeing her as nothing but a nuisance who's holding on to the prize that they want to take. And look at her face.
We mentioned Rhea Bloody Ripley. It has to be said, Bianca Belair is another one who simply gets better when it comes to performances at WrestleMania. She has wowed us numerous times over the past several years, and you know she's bringing her A game on WrestleMania Sunday.
So y'all two. So y'all two thought y'all was gonna come on SmackDown, drop my name, and I wasn't gonna show up? No, I was definitely showing up tonight.
People don't like it.
Yeah, I'm showing up tonight because tonight might actually be my last night on SmackDown for a while. Because after WrestleMania, I'm walking out as champion. And after what y'all two don't put me through, I don't plan on letting it go anytime soon.
Why is Naomi here?
Believe it. Naomi?
Hey, B. So you finally decided to show up to SmackDown, and you ain't gonna even try to talk to me? I done filled up your voicemail box, been calling you like crazy, texting you, and I know you got it because it said delivered. Does our friendship mean so little to you? I didn't even want to do it and have everybody's business. I wanted to handle it in private. But since you want to ignore, no, we not doing that. Naomi, you know exactly. No, you know exactly why I'm not responding because you know what you did. And I said what I said, and I meant it. So we not doing this right now. We're not doing this right now. You care about Jade that much, huh? Not even just about Jade.
Why?
She wasn't there for you like I was. Tomorrow, I'm gonna finish what I started with her. And after
You might not wait till tomorrow, Naomi, dressed up like a bad crime scene, while Jay Cargill is about to commit some heinous acts of her own.
He says she wasn't there for you. Well, she's here now. The storm. Proceed with caution. She's not listening. Jade Cargill. They're going at it tomorrow, Jade and Naomi is going to get away from that situation.
Jay, this isn't about you. This is about me.
Attacks from behind.
A cheap shot attack, and it was Bianca Belair trying to make everything, and this one has completely cut off the race.
Io's just standing there. The next commercial break, I will be moving over to the Hall of Fame, by the way. Uh-oh. Io, gonna fly.
Everybody is wiped out by Io Star. And Bianca, the keystone, bridging.
Io did not say one word.
Matches.
She just did a moonsault on their challengers.
The continued dismissal and disrespect. Io Sky points to the WrestleMania sign. As Naomi runs off, it'll be Rhea, Bianca, Io, the Women's World Championship Triple Threat Sunday.
Yeah, the only one focused here is Io in that match.
Look who it is, the new luchador. Put you last to the final three tonight before you lost? Hey, had a good night though. Not as good as El Grande Americano. Tell me, how did it feel to get eliminated by the greatest?
Shut up and get more respect a la lucha libre. Hernán, no te preocupes. que al grande americano te la van a romper. WrestleMania.
Don't talk to me about WrestleMania, and don't talk to me about El Grande.
Ray.
Grande americano is going to learn some real lucha libre at WrestleMania.
You don't tell me what he's going to learn. And
Well, you're still fighting, old Jack Gable. There's 3 of you guys. There's 3 of us. I don't want to do a 6-man tag match tonight.
no way, I think they're serious. You guys want to fight us?
That was a good idea, right?
You there?
Do it. We'll talk to Nick Aldis.
Chad meeting up possibly with Ray Dragon and Ray Phoenix the night before El Grande Americano is against Ray
Charlotte?
Jack Gable can do a real
No, it's more Sigma Machine Guns.
Americano by stuffing up Rey Mysterio tonight ahead of WrestleMania. The following contest is scheduled for one fall, and it's over the WWE Tag Team Championship. Introducing first, the characters with a combined weight of 412 pounds. It's already the 6th time this year that the WWE Tag Team Championship will be contested. The Street Profits.
Because they're going to commercial break, I'll be moving into the Hall of Fame. Do not go anywhere. everybody, and welcome back to Joker's Wild Side. We are now moving over to the WWE Hall of Fame.
There's been so many great ones.
And we're showing some
Circumstances making it big.
entrances from Triple H at WrestleMania. Some great ones.
Hunter is always very involved in his entrances. He has a flair for the dramatic, for the presentation.
Sometimes it is the simple things, like spitting water, that people remember. Let's go back to his entrances at Mania. A lot of thought goes into that.
To be there at WrestleMania, especially with your husband, is pretty much the coolest thing that there is.
WrestleMania.
Oh, that's right. He came out as Terminator against Stinger.
He is the king of kings.
An epic shot to end that package, full of amazing entrances at WrestleMania from the one and only Triple H. A reminder, the Hall of Fame induction ceremony starts tonight, less than an hour away, 10 o'clock Pacific time, streaming live on Peacock. So make sure you check it out. We will hear from Triple H. I'm excited to hear his speech. You know, we've got stars showing up on the red carpet,
right there next to us.
getting their photo taken, carrying Cross and Scarlett looking absolutely
Scarlett
flawless.
looking great.
Often too. But you know, we just came out of a package of Triple H's most iconic entrances. Do you have a favorite? Is there one that tops the rest?
Honestly, for me, it's probably the return to Madison Square Garden, the denim vest. I think that moment is probably the one that stands out in my mind the most. I know you're probably looking for a huge Mania one. For me, it was that return, but he's had so many that were crazy. Oh, look.
Oh, look who it is.
Karrion, hey.
Oh, wow.
You know
AJ
what?
Styles and Karrion.
Scarlett,
That's,
let's talk to Scarlett instead. Who needs Karrion, honestly? Respectfully.
Funny how you changed note as soon as I walked in.
Respectfully. Right, but
Squeak.
you both, I want to respect you both. You both look great.
Yeah, we know. Honestly, just
Honestly, thank you. You look incredible.
Thank you, Jackie. You
I
handled the business.
couldn't help but notice you and AJ just crossed paths. No eye contact there.
I don't know if that's you guys or that's the office, but if you guys ever do that to me again, I'm telling you, I'll ruin this whole ceremony. I'll smash his head right through this lamp. I'm not even kidding, by the way. I don't know who did that. I'm not playing around. I'm not in a good mood. I'm here out of respect. I'm not in a good mood.
All right. Well,
Totally get it.
you totally get it.
Well, now I get it. Honestly,
Chair, you get it?
I don't get that part. You're right.
I would love to throw you over this railing right now. Are we
Well,
done?
on that note, I think you guys enjoy the red
Enjoy the
carpet,
show.
enjoy the ceremony. So good to see you.
That lens. I'm not kidding.
He's
Put his
upset.
head right through that
He's
lens.
upset.
You better watch her, man.
Scarlett
Way to
laughing
go,
at him.
Peter.
I didn't do it.
Upsetting Karrion Kross.
I don't arrange who's where. Well, I just stand here and try to chat
You
with
could have
people.
responded a little bit better.
How did I respond?
Not well, obviously. He's very upset.
Listen, I got news for you. Not the first time I've had a bad interaction with a
Yes.
wrestler, but guess what? That's one of the many things that can happen on the red carpet.
This is true. It is chaos. You never know when
Why don't
or
you
who
choose who
someone
we
is
talk-
going to show up.
Hello?
Oh my gosh, AJ Styles, hello. You guys look so good matching.
Thank you so much. I mean, we're going with a little purple this year, you know.
Why purple? Is there any reason?
Because the guy I was getting the suit from goes, this would look great on you. I go, okay, purple it is.
Listen, he did not lie. He did not lie.
You look great. By the way, it's really great to see you right now. It's never been better to see you.
Got us superstars
Yeah,
are
my
back.
last interaction was not fantastic.
Oh,
Yeah,
Karrion
Amy
Kross
and
Karrion Kross came by. Wasn't great.
Miz
Wasn't great.
back there, LA
there's nothing
Knight.
to worry about. I mean, not that big of a problem, to me anyway.
No, to you. You and I are very different in our physical stature, ability, etc. Well, what does it mean to you? By the way, I mean, AJ, you are a future Hall of Famer. You are a first ballot Hall of Famer. It's been such an unbelievable run ever since you showed up at that Royal Rumble. And for so long, I always thought, we're never going to get to see AJ Styles in WWE. He's
I
a
thought that
TNA
too.
guy.
Yeah, I thought that myself. So, yeah, I was right there with you. I never thought I'd have a WrestleMania moment. And I was ready to live with that. But thank God I don't have to.
And do you ever now think about the fact that you will go into the WWE Hall of Fame one day? Because you will.
I'll believe it when I see it. I'm a jaded wrestler, so that's the way we think. But I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, let me finish with this. Who are you looking forward to seeing tonight and hear their speech?
Wow. You know what? I've become good friends with The Undertaker and Michelle, so I'm kind of looking forward to what she says, being married to a guy like The Undertaker. So I'm interested in that.
All right. Well, listen, thank you for the time. Enjoy the evening. You both look lovely, and have a great night.
Cheers, guys.
All right. I'm being told Byron Saxton. Oh, maybe Byron's not ready. Byron's not ready. So we'll hold the phone on that. We were talking about Triple H's entrances earlier.
Yeah.
And you were talking about the denim look, which I, of course, love. For me, I really like the motorcycle entrance with Stephanie.
Classic.
Just because I love them together.
I know.
You know what I mean?
No, it was a classic.
Like that.
I like
we
when
had-
Motorhead
It was a vibe.
opened up for
iconic.
Mania.
It was iconic. All right. Byron Saxton is now ready. He is on the red carpet. Byron, who do you have?
Well, I'm actually trying to round up someone here. I see. Maybe I think I found my target.
Don't
Stay
talk
with
to
me, guys.
Karrion Kross.
Stay with me.
LA
The one and
Knight.
only. I'm gonna intercept him right here. L.A. Knight.
Who's this
Trying
lady?
to go to my
She
seat.
is
That's all I'm
beautiful.
trying to do. And now you gotta come on here.
Come on, just like a minute of your time, man.
What are we talking about? Where's she going? All right, see ya. I guess she's done.
Just lose your days.
See you later. Yeah, she left me.
Sorry.
I don't want to be on camera. She's camera shy, so that's all right. It's just me. I'm here. What are we talking about?
Well, let's talk about this event. Let's talk about WrestleMania. What this means.
LA
to
Knight
you.
looking great in this orange
look,
plaid.
Talk about the Hall of Fame. It's a big deal, of course, every year. But I got to come here and show appreciation to Triple H. He's the headliner. He's the deal. And he's the guy who's kind of making everything tick around here. So I got to show up for that. I'm excited to see that.
Now, is there anyone besides Triple H? Obviously, you've been a longtime fan in addition to being in this industry for quite some time. Is there anyone else you're really looking forward to seeing getting inducted?
I'll tell you what, it's the first time that I have been aware of a match getting inducted. So Bret Hart and Steve Austin, WrestleMania 13, big deal, big match. That's going to be cool, too.
And it's pretty much a layup here. But
Come over here.
is she coming back?
Cross camera. That's a big number.
Aww.
We're breaking rules over here. Yeah. Come here.
It's okay.
Question for her?
Oh, do you?
Well, I do have a question for you, okay? What do you think of the ensemble here of Mr. L.A. Knight?
I love this. I love this. No, I know. I was ready for it. I was like, well,
You're next, don't worry.
I'm being a goddess. No, I love this. This is amazing. It's like top.
Not really.
It's the standout stuff.
Why not? It's a Hall of Fame. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no vest, no Timbs, I'm digging it. And now tell, what are you wearing? Let's give us the whole letdown here.
Easy. Fashion Nova.
Fashion Nova.
Fashion Nova.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Looking great.
Look at it. All right, so now that we've done all this,
Okay, so we're good. You can enjoy the Hall of Fame.
I'm out of here, and everybody, look. If they ask you whose game it is, you already know what everybody's saying. L.A. Knight. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you guys. All right, so Peter, Jackie, a little birdie told me that you have a certain Hall of Famer with you right now.
We have a very special guest, X-Pac in the house. Hello, how are you? Your boy is. Listen, you look amazing too. Listen, your boy is getting inducted tonight. Paul Triple H Levesque. Do you call him Paul? Do you call him Hunter? Like, what do you call him?
Yo,
I call him Paul. Like we used to call him
Same,
Hunter a lot.
looking nice, with shit in the back.
I mean, yeah, when he's in the suit, it's like Paul is more appropriate. But he's going into the hall tonight.
Water machine guns in the back.
Kind of what he's able to accomplish, both in his career and now post wrestling.
Oh God, the things that are going on right now, like
Pretty deadly.
I'm so happy for him. He was born for that. Like this is his karma. This was like you could tell like when we were younger. Like
You knew he had a mind for it like
and
this.
just like he was the guy that was
Right. It was, and for you guys, what you did together was so special. But I thought this was really cool because the fact that you guys were inducted together, this is different though.
Yeah.
He deserves to be inducted as Triple H's single
absolutely.
star.
And if it was up to him, it never would have happened.
I know.
And so I'm so grateful to Sean and Nick Khan and them for, and Taker for going behind his back and getting this done. Yeah. And these are the couplings he got for us when,
Oh wow.
yeah, when.
Oh wow, the TX with the Hall of Fame. Wow.
TX Hall of Fame. Very
Nice.
cool. What do you expect from his speech tonight, if you had to guess?
I don't know. Because I'm like a really bad.
Hey, Titus O'Neil.
I think it's going to be like, I don't think it's going to be real long, like it's drawn out. I think he's going to keep it. If I'm guessing, I think he's going to keep it short.
Fair enough. How about this? You know, I'm putting you on the spot a little bit here, but you know, you and Paul spent so much time together as WWE superstars. Is there a behind the scenes moment or memory or story that you find yourself telling over and over about Triple H? That is TV appropriate.
We got
Yes,
Tiffany.
yes.
Oh, no.
And Ludwig in
Anything
the
on the
back.
road, anything.
I'm gonna lose him at appropriate.
Yeah, this is true. This is true.
No, he was just always the guy that had his head on straight.
Well, he had to drive you guys, right? He was the sober guy all the time, no?
Yeah, I mean, it was more than that. It was just like, you know, when the rest of us would be all pissed off about something or like up in a roar about something, he was the guy that, you know.
He saw the bigger picture.
Calm down, you know. It was. Thank God. No,
I'm sure he pulled you out of some
Hey, KO in the background.
Yeah, that says it right there. That's why he can't tell any stories. It's because most of them probably.
I wouldn't be here talking to you.
Right.
Oh my gosh. Well, listen, enjoy the evening. It's so good to see you, and we can't wait to see what Paul has to say up there. Maybe he'll have some stories that are PG appropriate. Enjoy the night. So good to see you. We're going to take our first break here on the WWE 2025 Hall of Fame Red Carpet Show. We will be back with more guests after this.
When you're Tiffany Stratton, perfection comes easy. I am the center of the universe. Everything goes my way. I look so hungry, but I look so good. Face up on my diamond blood. It gets you. Ever since I won this title, everybody's just been so obsessed with me.
Everybody wants that title.
I am wrestling's obsession.
No.
I crafted a legacy that no one can touch.
I'm hungry, but I look so good. Face up on my diamond blood. Baby, hope it gets you high. Sit in the front row, it's the princess die.
Look who's with.
Excuse me. Yeah. I really don't. The match should be good, but I hope TP retains. I think a lot of the fan base is tired of seeing her.
The universe doesn't bow to you anymore. They run on it.
Yep.
Newsflash, you're not that special.
You know that I'm the woman here to take your throne.
Yeah, that promo they had was very personal a few weeks ago.
Diamonds are forever. And Chloe Charlotte Flair. No one compares to me.
Who do you guys think is gonna win on that match? Tiffy Charlotte.
Welcome back to the Fontainebleau Hotel and Resort in Las Vegas. We are live on the red carpet ahead of the 2025 WWE Hall of Fame induction ceremony. And oh boy, we just watched a package telling us everything we need to know as we get ready for Tiffany Stratton to defend her championship against one Miss Charlotte Flair. She joins us now with her other half, Liv Big Kai. So you guys look fantastic. First of all, no surprise there. You guys are both two of the best dressed people in WWE.
Thank you so very much. That's so kind of you. Thank you.
Listen, it's so awesome to have you guys here. Tiffany, you have been doing one of the best things you can do in this business, which is get people talking. And you've done it by standing up for yourself to one of the most decorated female superstars this game has ever seen. So my question is for you. How proud are you of what Tiffany has been able to do for herself over these last few weeks as we get ready for this match?
You know what? I gotta tell you what. I don't think my English is good enough to make you understand how incredibly proud I am. It's so great being so close to each other. Obviously, you're there for all the ups, and all the downs, and all of that. And I'm so incredibly proud of her. Not only for the last weeks, months, but for the last years.
Tip, this is obviously a huge moment. You spent the last year and a half. I don't want to say it's been unexpected, but it did sort of pop up quickly, and all of a sudden everyone was buzzing about Tiffy time. Have you been surprised at all at the timeline? Here you are with Charlotte Flair at WrestleMania 41.
Yeah, I have to say I'm very, very shocked of, how the last year went with being on Smackdown. I feel like it all kind of started in Australia, and then it trickled into me winning Money in the Bank, and I became WWE Women's Champion, and here I am now walking to WrestleMania as the WWE Women's Champion and fighting Charlotte Flair, which is my dream match. So I'm super blessed, and I can't wait to make my WrestleMania debut tomorrow.
Crazy thing to have that be your
Was
debut.
that Eric Bischoff the past one?
Massive. If you could describe what we can expect from this match from your standpoint in a few words, how would you describe what this fight with Charlotte will be like?
Obviously, it's gotten a little personal, and I completely understand that when the bell rings, it's going to be a fight, and I am completely aware of that, and it's going to be probably the hardest fight of my life. So I'm going in super confident, and I'm also super nervous, but I'm gonna leave it all in the ring tomorrow night.
Is there anything that you can still say, as personal as it's gotten? Anything complimentary you could still say about Charlotte Flair at this time?
Yeah, I mean, she's still my dream opponent. She's still somebody that I look up to in this business. So it's such an honor to have her as my debut opponent at WrestleMania. And like I said, she's still somebody that I look up to in this business for sure.
All right, well, listen, it sounds like you're going to have your dream of not just being in a WrestleMania match this weekend, but being against someone that you've dreamed of having said match with. So congratulations on that in and of itself. You have been absolutely crushing it. It is, without a doubt, Tiffy time in WWE. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy the night. We're going to go elsewhere on the red carpet and check in with Byron Saxton. Byron, what do you got?
Well, I'm standing by with WWE's global ambassador, my fellow Florida Gator, and a man who consistently makes me feel underdressed every time I'm around him. Titus O'Neil. Titus, how has Vegas been treating you?
Vegas has been treating me excellent, man. I came out here for a couple of days shooting a project in our studio out here and went back home and came back and been eating some great food and seeing some of our WWE family and legends and looking forward to tonight.
So as WWE's global ambassador, obviously you meet a lot of people all over the world, literally. What's the buzz that you hear from WWE these days?
Just how exciting times are for talent, backstage, just the
I don't think he's going to wrestle much anymore.
Everything coming together.
I don't see that size he used to have.
Obviously, it's the Triple H era, and it's been amazing. Over the last 2 years, it's just been nothing short of amazing. Obviously, revenue has gone up across the board, which is good for everybody at the end of the day. The up-and-coming stars from NXT are killing it as well. I mean, get ready for, Stand and Deliver, and just, Trick Williams is my guy. Whoop that trick, whoop that trick.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's my guy. But it's just the influx of talent that's ready and biting in the wings at NXT. Plus the obviously the stable of main roster talent that we have here. But just the overall vibe of people just having fun, man. And that's what this business is about. It's about having fun, putting smiles on people's faces, hoping people's heart. And obviously, you go throughout the city, Las Vegas, it's WrestleMania season for sure.
It's WrestleMania season, a lot of excitement. Is there a particular inductee you're looking forward to?
I'm really excited about Triple H. You know, I think this is going to be just another stamp of approval, not only from his peers and the fans, but just the direction he's been helping take the company alongside Nick Khan and the rest of the WWE executives. They've done a tremendous job with the Netflix deal and so many other partnerships that have continued to grow at the company, and that's all been under his leadership. And you look and see all the guys and girls in the locker room and how excited they are about just being here as a family. It's an awesome time to see, and I'm really looking forward to seeing Tim put another stamp of approval on his illustrious career.
So before we wrap up, I'm going to send things back to Jackie and Peter momentarily, but they're standing by with a man who you know very well. I'm not going to say who he is, but I will say one word.
Yeet. My God.
What a throw, Byron. Great A, great A. We are, in fact, here with the one and only Jey Uso, dressed in all black. We gonna do it? We gonna do the thing?
There you go.
Hey! Jey Uso, how you doing?
Yo, Jay, you're giving us the all black, the Cuban link, the all black, very serious vibes. Is that the energy for right now for Jey Uso?
That this is really me right now. You know, if you really know me, you know, like I like black a lot of the time. You know, grooving through the airports. You know, undercover. You know, if you
Was
really
that the
know
Great
me,
Muta in the
it's
back?
really me right now. It was
Carlito?
not playing. Tomorrow's a night. He's gonna get got.
He's gonna
Bailey
get caught. He
looking
would beat Gunther, who Jey Uso is taking on for the
gorgeous
World
as
Heavyweight
always.
Championship. We're less than 24 hours away from that match happening. You say you're ready. You look very serious. What is it gonna take though to actually do something you've never done, which is defeat the ring general Gunther? Something not a lot of people, by the way, have done in a title situation.
That's the whole thing, Jackie. Yo, I don't even know how I'm gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? It was what I'm gonna do it. You know, what kind of plan I got? Little 3, 4, 5, 6 moves I got. It was, I don't know.
I know who you're talking to, bro.
But look, Jackie, yo, all I know is I'm shocking the world 2 times. All right?
Yes.
Shock the world 2 times. I'm telling you.
Listen, you sound hyped up for it. You sound confident. You sound ready. Tonight, though, we are here at the WWE Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Triple H going in. Well, what do you love about Triple H's career as the game, as WWE superstar Triple H?
And who did? I mean, like, come on, man.
Practice the water spit, though? You ever
Can
practice
you do
it?
the water
Come
spit?
on, man. Come on. I grew up like he done wrestled my dad a million times. Like, I done watched his career take off. And like, how, man, come on, man. Hats off to Triple H, the game, man. I'm so happy. Damn near raised me. It was,
Yeah.
you know.
You've been around him a long time.
Yo, enjoy tonight. I know you're focused. Good luck tomorrow, my brother.
Wait. You can't upstage our handshake.
No, I can't. That was a regular dab.
Ours is better. Let the folks decide.
Oh.
I'm not a regular dapper.
Can't do regular dab.
I can't do regular
You just gotta hit a regular.
I'm not a regular dapper.
I'm regular dad. I bet you I can't regular.
No, we don't. We have to do this.
Oh, okay. All right. Enough. We're going off the rails here. Hey, Jay, I saw you. He did the yeet. That means interview's over. Jey Uso taking on Gunther for the World Heavyweight Championship.
Yep.
2 more
Let's go,
nights
Jay.
of WrestleMania here. Do you think he can do it?
I don't know, but let's. I'll tell you what. I think Byron Saxton may have some insight.
Okay.
into that match right now.
Indeed, I do, guys, and I have insight from a man who was not entertained at all by the whole handshake fiasco you guys were involved in, because I am standing with a man who will defend his World Heavyweight Championship against Jey Uso tomorrow night, opening up the show at WrestleMania. Gunther, we heard from Jay. He's very confident that he's going to walk into WrestleMania and walk out World Heavyweight Champion. What's your response to his attitude right now?
Well, I don't buy it. I think he's full of crap. I think that false confidence that he has, I think it's not there. And anyway, enough about me tonight. It's a big night now. Not about me. It's about the greats tonight.
Well, we know you're a wrestling historian, of course, so I know this has to mean a lot to you, seeing all the legends and future Hall of Famers, current Hall of Famers who are here tonight. How important is this event to you personally?
I think it's a general important for everybody because wrestling's a very unthankful career for a long time. And I think this gives everyone that gets elected to get inducted in the Hall of Fame, a good feeling about their career and like a good honoring about the career.
Have you had the chance to talk to any legends here tonight, pick some brains?
No, not too many, to be honest. I got here a little bit late. I was very busy today.
Fashionably late.
Yeah. But no, I will make sure I catch up with some later. So it's always good to do that.
Well, Gunther, enjoy the ceremony tonight. Best of luck, if you need it. Tomorrow, WrestleMania.
I don't think I need luck.
Felt like I was setting myself up there. But enjoy the ceremony. All right, Peter, Jackie, I understand you are standing by with someone who's going to be involved in one of the most highly anticipated matches of WrestleMania weekend.
I would agree with that. I think tomorrow night, Charlotte Flair aiming to get yet another championship reign when she takes on Tiffany Stratton, but we'll get to that first. Charlotte, how are you? Happy belated birthday.
Thank you so much.
In the background, Michelle.
I feel you, dog. No, I feel
First
you.
of all, Charlotte, you look absolutely stunning. Like, you always look good, but this is 11 out of 10.
But you know, it's WrestleMania week, so gotta do it big.
Listen,
It's my robe.
oh my gosh. Can you give us any hint about the robe?
Two of my favorite colors.
Ooh, okay, internet, start speculating. Throwback and two of her favorite
There has to
colors.
be blue. There has to
Start
be blue.
speculating.
There has to be blue.
Hey, Booker.
Okay, Charlotte.
King Booker.
We're not gonna go crazy.
Playing
Right now.
Charmel.
You know, it's the Hall of Fame.
Come on, are you gonna ask me the tough question?
I'm just gonna say this: when things get as personal as they have,
Yes, always.
and a couple of weeks ago, certainly on SmackDown, things went a little crazy. Are you still able to just focus and enjoy your WrestleMania experience, or is there a certain level of anger and just desperation to get in there and put paws on someone that kind of puts you in a different space when you're in a moment like this?
You know, had this been 2 years ago, even a year ago, I probably would have been really angry, really in my feelings. But having that time off with my injury really gave me clarity. And I really just want to appreciate every second, every moment. Obviously, I didn't love what happened and it went personal, but it's WrestleMania. I missed last year. Nothing is going to take away from the joy of walking that aisle. I mean, this is our biggest show of the year. And I feel like WrestleMania is my domain. So I'm just excited. Like, I'm just happy. Yeah.
I love that for you.
Yeah, I saw you, obviously you've done a lot of press this week, a lot of interviews, and you've really talked about being so excited to be back at WrestleMania, the grandest stage of them all, and really taking it in. And now tonight we're here for the Hall of Fame induction ceremony, which is all about legacy, right?
Yes.
How much do you think, as you get ready for some of these matches and moments, about your legacy when it's all said and done?
I think it all adds up. I don't know where the match with Tiffany Stratton will end up on my resume. This will be the 8th match. I've won 4, lost 3. But for me,
She knows her stats. I love it.
I always want to top the last one, and I do take every match very serious. Every opponent brings out a different side of me. I think Tiffany is going to bring out a different side of me. And again, I have that chip on my shoulder for being out injured. And I just want to do what I do best.
I'd be remiss if I didn't ask one more question about Triple H, Paul Triple H, like someone you've known a very, very long time. 6 years old. So what does Paul Triple H mean to Charlotte Flair?
Oh, so many different things. It's hard. He went from being my dad's friend to like, oh man, it's Triple H, to someone who hired me for NXT, then to my boss. He's worn so many hats in my life, but he's also seen me go through so many different stages in life and growing pains. So I'm excited to be here tonight and watch him get what he deserves to be inducted.
Was he the first person to greet you when you won your first championship at NXT?
He was like squeezing my face. He was just, the proudness and what he was doing with NXT with the women and hiring Sarah Del Rey. I think it was just a culmination of so many different things. It was like destiny.
And it changed the business forever.
Changed the business forever.
Charlotte, we love you. You are the queen. Have a wonderful match tomorrow. Best of luck and enjoy tonight.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Enjoy the night. I can't wait to see the row. I cannot wait. Talk about entrances. Her entrance is always amazing. Like even on non-mania days. But listen, we're
Get
getting
those books
closer
right
and
into
closer to the
second edge also.
beginning of the WWE Hall of Fame induction ceremony. We're live on the red carpet. There's more to come, including maybe the man of the hour next.
Ah.
All right. So they're going in a break. We'll be right back. Do not go anywhere.
Triple H.
Welcome back to Joker's Wildside Watch Along.
Well,
We're back
first
to the
I
Hall
gotta
of Fame
say,
with Randy.
The Hall of Fame is always awesome. It's a way to honor the guys that paved the way. Seeing my father get inducted into the Hall of Fame was a huge moment for me, but a very close second will be Triple H. He has been right there throughout my entire career. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here. You know, he's always had my back. So I'm really excited for this occasion, and I'm very proud of him.
Would you say that that evolution moment, if it doesn't happen, we don't get the Randy Orton that we have today, the future Hall of Famer?
I think that's very possibly the case. I think that if we didn't get the guy you see before you now, I think it would have taken an extra decade and a half to get there. Like, because of it launched me to where I eventually became, man. And it was all because of them. Ric Flair too, man.
Yeah, obviously tonight is a special night for everybody, so well deserving. And actually, I see the man right over your shoulder. I think we need to make time to
talk to Paul.
That is the guy, Triple H, right there.
You guys
We're gonna bring
look
him in.
fantastic. Enjoy the evening. It's clear that Paul has meant a lot to you in your career, both as a colleague and also seemingly a friend. I would say so. Enjoy the evening, and thanks for chatting with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
I would rush off the Ortons for nobody except Triple H. All right.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you should RKO him, actually, Randy. I think you should RKO him. Give it to him.
All right.
Bean's gonna actually leave with Randy Orton, I believe, because we are getting closer and closer to this WWE Hall of Fame induction ceremony beginning, and obviously Paul Triple H is headlining tonight's inductees, a very illustrious career as a WWE superstar and now so integral into the success of WWE today. I believe he is going to join us now. Oh yeah, I see Tommy Cullen. Oh, he's walking straight. So I believe he's making his way down to Peter Rosenberg, where we have a surprise for Triple H.
Oh,
Peter.
Hi.
He's coming in hot.
Triple H, Stephanie McMahon, I'm sorry to bother you. I can tell you very clearly on your way inside, and I'm in the awkward position of stopping you. But WWE has arranged something special for you, boss, and they want to present it to you right now on the red carpet. So if that's all right, do that. Hi, Steph. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Loving your show on ESPN Plus, by the way. Fantastic. All right, so let's get the people. Hold on, Nick.
Our family.
The rest of your family as well. Okay, let's try to gather the family. We're gonna gather family now. Now, Stephanie, while we're waiting, how excited are you for what's gonna happen tonight with your husband?
I'm just so incredibly proud and honored, and it is so well deserved. 30 years of a remarkable career, and probably the reason why WWE is right here where we are today.
When you met him as a guy who was just working in the business with one of the boys, did you sense that there was a mind in there that was just different?
Oh yeah, I mean, I couldn't keep my hands off him.
Not exactly what I meant.
Different. Yeah, it was
different in that way for sure. And for you, Triple H, how proud are you of what Stephanie's doing now? Podcast has launched, Stephanie's Place has launched, a lot of things happen.
Yeah, incredible. I know she talks a lot about my career, the things I've done. She was just as instrumental in the business and for this company being where it is today. So the fact that she took a step away for a little bit and now she's back here doing podcasts and everything else is incredible.
And I think I speak on behalf of the whole WWE universe that welcome back, Steph. You were missed. Do we have everyone here yet? All right, I think we're good to go. Hi everyone. All right.
Triple H's daughters.
Let's get Triple H over here. I'm gonna slide right in here, guys. You have a shot of this, guys?
I think that's Triple H's mom.
All right, here we go. Presented by WWE to Triple H tonight on your induction to the Hall of Fame.
It needs to be bigger. His head is humongous.
Any thoughts when you see this?
They made my nose look bigger than it is. I don't know. Must have had too much clay or something like that. But it's an incredible honor. Look, I have been at the forefront of making these for a lot of talent over the years and some of the biggest legends in the business. So The Undertaker and Dusty Rhodes and Ric Flair and Roddy Piper. So to see one of me, I just don't know if there's any bigger honor for anything that you can do in life than to have them make a statue of you for it. So incredibly touched, incredibly honored, and I'm just glad my family can be here to see it. And thank you to Nick, because he is the one that made all this happen. So
I think I speak on behalf of the entire WWE universe when I say you deserve it. Enjoy tonight. Good luck. We're going to send it back to Jackie Redmond as we wrap up our red carpet coverage and get you ready for the Hall of Fame 2025.
Oh my gosh, what a moment. Listen, a statue unveiling is always an interesting experience, but what an honor for Triple H, who in the next couple of hours is going to be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. I am so looking forward to his speech. Oh, look, you're already back over here. You walk quick. Good job over there.
Should I try to grab Logan Paul?
Well, I think we got Bianca Belair over here as
ooh,
well.
and Montez Ford.
You know, there's some decisions that are going to have to be made here.
Well,
Logan looks occupied. Logan looks a little occupied.
No, I can get him. He's wrapping up. He's signing Polaroids. How did I do with the reveal? I was very nervous about.
The reveal was good. Gathering the folks, that is strong.
Wait, what do you want me to do? What did you people set me up? No one said make sure you gather the whole family. They just said go down, reveal the statue.
You adapted well, but you wanted. Listen, we're friends. I'm honest with my friends. But the reveal.
Too on. But it didn't come crashing down.
No, there was no meme-worthy moment.
Thank you very much.
I think the statue looks great, by the way.
Oh, it's very cool. Oh, look.
Oh my gosh, the EST of WWE. You got to go in the middle, girl. You're the important one. Let's go. First of all. You are a fashion queen. You make your own gear. You make your own clothes. I assume you made this.
I did not, but you know what? That means so much to me when people ask that I make it, because it lets me know that you think I'm that good. But no,
girl, you are that good.
WrestleMania week, I was too busy with my gear. I just didn't have enough time, so not this year.
You are here with your beautiful husband, because you're both very beautiful humans. I'm not gonna lie. Have you gotten used to this yet? That you guys are one of the it couples that is sitting there looking beautiful at the Hall of Fame. Is it old hat now, or is it still fun to get dressed up and go do it?
No, it's still fun to get dressed up. Everybody knows we always like to dress up alike. I feel like it's one of our love languages, but I don't know. We're just in love and living life and having fun together. And if that makes us an it couple, that's a plus. We're not trying to be that, but no, we love dressing up alike. We love matching. We're coordinating. He's gonna come over here in a minute. You can see how it all comes together. But it's
show the whole look.
Yeah, it's one of our love languages.
Come on, Tez, get in here.
He's getting himself situated.
He's slow walking.
He's making an entrance.
He's making an entrance that's not on camera yet. Here we go. Now oh yeah.
There we go. Take your moment. Okay, taking the
By the way, let's talk about it, Tez. You're doing the important work right now. You're doing the important work. You're holding your wife's phone, aren't you?
Phone first. Protein shake. I have a couple bottles of water over there because I'm still prepping. He's holding everything. His pockets have my lip gloss, everything.
Good man. Good man.
Importantly, holding it down. You know what I'm saying? So, but this weekend's about her. A beautiful, beautiful lady. She's gonna make history once again. I'm so happy and proud of her. So inspiring to see these things that she keeps doing. She keeps climbing the ladder and making them matter. You know what I'm saying?
Did you see the viral clip that was moving around today of Shannon Sharp's late night show and with cats just thirsting over your wife? Did you see this?
Like I told them earlier, man. Everybody can look at the menu, but I'm the only one that know what it tastes like. You know what I'm saying? So.
Hey, listen.
No, you know what? Listen, question.
Don't worry, it's almost 1 a.m. on the East Coast. This is an adult show, okay?
I'm okay, guys. It's okay. I don't blame them.
He kisses me. That's what the lip gloss tastes like.
Right. Exactly. I totally understand. Yes.
Come on, guys. This is a PG show. Pretty good. Okay? That's what we are.
Well, listen, Bianca, I do want to ask you about WrestleMania because once again, the EST of WWE is in the mix, as they say. What have you kind of learned over the years of being part of these big moments? What do you appreciate about it at this point in your career?
It never gets old. WrestleMania is our Super Bowl. You always want to get to WrestleMania. But, our roster is so amazing and so talented. So to be one of the women that is on WrestleMania fighting for a title, representing our division, and I that's an honor to me. And I'm just so excited for our match. And I've been able to have a lot of success at WrestleMania. I've been able to be undefeated. So I'm walking in this year with that same goal. To go 5-0 at WrestleMania.
But that's extra pressure now because you have the undefeated WrestleMania, but it's a triple threat, which makes it.
It is. It's one thing to just have a match with Rhea, right? Or to just have a match with Io. I now have to have a match with Rhea and Io, two of the best women that are on this roster. So it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be tough, but I'm the toughest. It's gonna be rough, but I'm the roughest. So I'm gonna go in there and use all my frustration of everything that I've been through
Kofi.
and use that.
Xavier, you dig?
Well, listen, tonight is about legacy, and you are certainly well on your way to building a heck of a legacy for one Bianca Belair. So congratulations on what you've done so far, and I can't wait to see what you do this weekend. Enjoy tonight.
Appreciate that.
Cheers, guys.
All right, we are going to check in with Byron Saxton elsewhere on the carpet. Byron, what's good?
Yeah, as I keep my eyes on the clock, we're like 7 minutes away from
Oh,
the
Logan.
official Hall of Fame ceremony. I am standing by with a man who's going to be extremely busy on WrestleMania Sunday as he goes one-on-one with AJ Styles. The lips, you good? Not chapped? All right, Logan Paul. How you feeling, Logan?
Yeah, I feel great, man. Humbled, good looking, a little hot, but yeah, I feel good.
You feel hydrated?
So hydrated. Been drinking Prime all day, both energy, 18 plus, and hydration. So of course.
So, what does the Hall of Fame ceremony mean to a Logan Paul?
Dude, the fact that this is my third, fourth year wrestling, and I'm already being inducted into the Hall of Fame is one of the greatest accomplishments of my life. I'm the youngest male to ever be inducted, 6 years ahead of The Rock. So I, to be honest with you, am at a loss for words. I'm incredibly humbled.
I don't think you're being inducted into it.
I'm incredibly humbled. I appreciate the question, and I can't wait for you to see my speech.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah. My speech is very good. I wrote it with ChatGPT. Whatever, forewarning, it has a little AI in it, but I've been working on it, and I think it's gonna make my mom cry. Yeah.
Okay. Is there anyone you're going to thank during this acceptance speech?
The guys who made it happen. Triple H, Nick Khan. These are guys who believed in me. Guys who I'm so proud to call a boss and a collaborator. And man, I wouldn't be here without them believing in me. So for sure, yeah, I'm gonna name drop them. I think so.
Yeah, and what's your message to all the fans who are going to be here to see you apparently get inducted into the Hall of Fame?
What'd you expect? You know, I told you.
This is like getting weirder by the moment. You're not serious, man, right? You're just pulling my leg, right?
Huh?
You're not joshing me right now.
If I was pulling your leg, it'd be a single leg takedown. You'd be on your back. One.
Okay, we're gonna keep digging this hole. All right. Well, Logan, yeah, congrats, man, on the Hall of Fame induction, dude.
Funny, bro. You're so funny.
Yeah. That was okay. Super awkward. Peter. Yeah. Jackie. I don't know what to say.
Oh, Paul Heyman.
One of a kind.
We have 90 seconds left, Jackie.
I don't want to talk to Rosenberg.
He doesn't want to talk to you.
Interview me?
He's here too.
Well, okay, listen. Well, great to see you.
Just turn around
I know I can ask
and
you
give
about match
Rogan
tomorrow. I could ask you about a lot of things, but I
the
do want
back.
to ask you about Paul Triple H Levesque being inducted. It's just ignored.
I love Paul
Being
Heyman.
inducted tonight into the WWE Hall of Fame and what he has meant to this business.
Everything. He steered us out of the chaos. All the corporate chaos that was coming down, and he steered us out of the chaos and creatively took the helm of the company. And my God, what shoes that he had to fill, and he's done it brilliantly and magnificently and with honor and with a collaborative effort with so many different creative people on so many different levels. I cannot convey in words how much respect I have and admiration that I have for the man.
Well, listen, so eloquently spoken, per usual, from one Paul Heyman. So loyalty with CM Punk tomorrow. Just real quick, we got to go off the
You
air.
can't ask him that. Now we have 30 seconds
You
left.
have 30 seconds. It's a ton of time.
Quick.
Yeah.
I will always be loyal to my tribal chief, Roman Reigns. I will always be loyal to my best friend in the world, CM Punk. And I will never, ever be disloyal to either.
All right, Paul Heyman.
Thanks, Paul.
We are 15
The dirty
seconds
look.
away from the WWE Hall of Fame ceremony for Peter Rosenberg and Byron Saxton. I'm Jackie Redmond. Thank you so much for watching. Enjoy the speeches. Enjoy the show. It's been a pleasure. See you later.
Look at Paul Heyman discussing with Paul Rosenberg. I love it.
My name is John Cena. I'm a kid who grew up in a small
All
town
right,
in West New
we're
York.
gonna go take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back to Joker's Outside Watch Along as we're back here at the WWE Hall of Fame ceremony.
What does it take to be a WWE Hall of Famer? To ascend to the pinnacle of perfection. To reach a destination of profound reverence. To immortalize a legacy that will live forever. It takes passion.
I go into that ring every night for moments like this.
Dream. Fearlessness. Excellent.
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
Oh, it's true.
Two.
Last, but
Bad guys do. Let's go.
Tonight, it's all about the game and how they've played it.
We gather to honor some of the most iconic figures in the history of WWE.
That double turn, great double turn.
Been in my life.
One of the best pure athletes in the history of the women's division, Michelle McCool.
I'm so grateful for the fans. They're the ones who got me here, and they're the ones that just keep us going.
You give a wall, she is groundbreaking. I am the king, and I am.
Tonight, we proudly welcome the class of 2025 into the WWE Hall of Fame.
And now, WWE presents the 2025 WWE Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
And you are looking live on the Strip in Las Vegas. This is the Fontainebleau Hotel.
This hotel opened up in 2023, and it is state-of-the-art. 150,000 square foot casino floor, 36 restaurants,
Huge
doors
hotel.
galore. And tonight, we're live in a sold-out Blue Live Theater to celebrate the hell out of the icons that have built the WWE.
Hello, Las Vegas! Are you guys ready to have some fun here tonight? I'm Michael Cole. He's Pat McAfee. Welcome to the 2025 Hall of Fame induction ceremony. The past, the present, and the future superstars are here tonight, and their families. We welcome you. All the WWE fans who
company to be at the place where it is today. Multi-billion-dollar deals. The whole world pays attention to the WWE. And tonight, we will celebrate those who helped pave the path to here.
You know, my journey to the WWE was probably like a lot of you. Young kid growing up in upstate New York in the late 1970s. My grandma Marie allowed me to stay up until midnight on a Saturday night to watch the old WWF on WOR Channel 9 in New York.
Damn, you're old.
Fast forward to
Much
1985,
older.
freshman
Hey, Mick
Syracuse
Foley.
University. I bought a ticket, wandered down the street to the Landmark Theater, and watched this event on closed circuit called WrestleMania. 12 years later, 1997, I began my now 28-year journey here in WWE.
Hell yeah, Cole.
I've done just about everything. I even had a match at WrestleMania. I know, at least I had one, right? But the biggest thrill of my entire career has been able to sit behind that desk and provide the soundtrack to your great moments and matches throughout your career. And I am honored and humbled to be able to do that. From the Booker T's of the world, Shucky Ducky Quack Quack Booker T, to the Logan Pauls, and what he's accomplishing. He thought he was going into the Hall of Fame tonight. I heard him do an interview just moments ago. To Tiffany Stratton.
Tiffany time.
The world champion, Gunther. Yeah, even Dirty Dom. But when Pat and I got a call 2 weeks ago, and we were asked to host this ceremony for the very first time, we jumped at the chance because tonight is by far the biggest honor of my entire career.
That's right, Michael Cole, and getting an opportunity to not only be amongst all the legends that built this company that all of us love, but much like your story, when I was a kid, I went down to the neighbor's house who had a black box and we stole the pay-per-views. And since then, I have been absolutely infatuated with the greatest form of entertainment on earth, sports entertainment. And tonight, we enshrine some ghosts that'll live on forever.
Yeah, let's start with our first inductee. To me, he was the poster man of the 1990s, a two-time WCW World Heavyweight Champion.
He actually tied one time in a win at the Royal Rumble.
And he also main evented SummerSlam. In a nutshell, he was the total package.
Yeah.
Yep,
a generational athlete carved from stone.
Lex looked like He-Man.
Top 5 Z all time.
That's a cyborg. Rhodes and Luger circling. A genetic marvel who faced the finest and helped lead the transition into a new era.
He had all the tools. He was the total package.
Hey, Stinger.
A career spanning over 2 decades. Lex flexed exceptional raw talent.
Lex is my kind of man.
Mixed with the guidance of one of the most experienced factions in sports entertainment. This budding star quickly evolved.
Lex Luger has won the World Heavyweight Championship.
Lex parlayed that popularity right into WWE, where fans were pumped to get a peek at those pecs.
The greatest specimen walking on earth never fenders. Lex Luger.
That set the wheels in motion for one of the most memorable stunts in history. A cross-country tour of America.
Lex Express.
You know, part of my childhood is remembering the Lex Express.
However, the All-American's biggest highlight came when he ditched the highway for the Skyway. Confronting this 500-plus pound world champion that no mortal man could slam.
Yokozuna could not be slammed. Lex Luger slammed on one of our warships. Lex Luger was America that day.
The debut edition of WCW Monday Nitro.
The total package sent shockwaves through the wrestling world, transferring back to familiar turf.
Lex Luger was instrumental to the success of Nitro,
leading to one of the biggest moments in WCW history. An emphatic statement in an outstanding career.
Lex has covered every aspect of this business.
And now, we have a special delivery for the total package. Lex Luger.
On behalf of WWE, we would like you to be part of the 2025 class of the WWE Hall of Fame.
Wow. You guys stand up, good mom.
Hey.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, now here to induct Mr. Luger into the Hall of Fame is a three-time WCW World Champion and a man who has changed countless lives around the world with his DDP yoke.
DDP.
He included Lex Luger's life. Ladies and gentlemen,
Please welcome the Hall of Famer, Diamond Dallas Page.
Yo, it's me. It's me.
It's DDP.
Good evening, everyone. It is me. It is DDP. And I can't even begin to tell you how honored I am to have been asked for a second time to induct another one of our brothers into the WWE Hall of Fame. Tonight, we're not just here to celebrate the impact that Lex Luger had on our business, because believe me, that alone would be enough. Tonight, we're also here to honor a transformation, a rebirth. The story of a man who lost everything the world told them mattered, and yet somehow came out on the other end stronger. When Lawrence Fold came into this world, it seemed like God gave him every gift in the book. He was handsome, he was strong, and he was fast. At 270 pounds, Lex was running a 4.640. Whether he was on the gridiron with the Miami Hurricanes or in the pros, the CFL, USFL, or the NFL, Lex has always been regarded as a physical specimen, even among giants. So when he stepped in the ring in 1985, you knew Lex Luger was going to be money. By 1987, he joined forces with a legendary four horsemen, Arn Anderson, Tully Blanchard, and the Nature Boy, Ric Flair. From the NWA to WCW to the WWE, Lex carved out a legacy. As the narcissist, let's just say Lex never saw a mirror he didn't like. But he wasn't just looks. When the 568-pound Yokozuna seemed untouchable, you just watched it right there on the screen. Enter the Lex Express, a nationwide tour that rallied fans from coast to coast, and Lex was getting better known than butter and toast. All ending on the USS Intrepid, where Lex snatched the big guy and body slammed him in the middle. Fast forward, September 4th, 1995, at the Mall of America, a night that would change the world of professional wrestling forever. Now, I believe that Lex was supposed to be on Raw that night. Ooh. But he no-showed. Why? Well, because he's a disruptor. And he had a shot to be on the debut of Monday Night Nitro
And my friends, that was the first shot fired. In a new era of professional wrestling known as the Monday Night Wars. During his career, Lex made waves and created memories. But for all the legends that he faced in the ring, nothing compared to the battle he faced outside of it. In the 90s, we lived like rock stars. It was a lifestyle that could chew you up and spit you out. And for Lex, it nearly destroyed him. And as the story is told, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. As crazy as it sounds, I was there that fateful night that Lex became a quadriplegic. I hadn't seen Lex in over 5 years. But on that day, God put me in that room. I had no idea my buddy was completely paralyzed. I helped the EMT put him in a gurney. Lex had lost his physical gifts from God. It's a story that's more far-fetched than any wrestling angle. The amazing thing is, if you ever get a chance to talk to Lex about it, he'll tell you it's not a tragedy. You see, Lex realized that real strength isn't something you show in the spotlight. Real strength is something you build in the shadows. You see, Lex just didn't survive that fall. He let go of his ego and surrendered to something much bigger. He found purpose in pain. He chose faith over fear, hope over despair, conviction over regret.
Paul Heyman next to Seth Rollins.
Lex realized
Or very close
in a
to him.
world that can often seem so divided, if we could just focus on building each other up instead of tearing each other down, our impact will echo far beyond our time. If anything, it shows us that even in our darkest hour, there is always hope. So let tonight stand as proof that there is always hope. Tonight, we honor the legend of Lex Luger. But more importantly, we celebrate the man that Lawrence Bowl has become. Tonight, I present to you the very first inductee to the class of 2025, one of the most humble human beings I've ever known. He is my friend. He is my mentor. He is the prodigal son. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome WWE Hall of Famer, the total package, Lex Luger.
Let's go.
All right. Now, the best part is, please be seated. We had to call an audible last minute. I took a bump in my Uber car into my wheelchair at the Atlanta airport yesterday. We had a longer walk than I did. We had a longer walk. But I'm standing for this. Damn. Hallelujah. Man, what a journey. What a roller coaster ride. From the penthouse to the jailhouse, to no house, living out of a hotel. Man, what a journey. If you'd asked me 20 years ago, I'd be standing on this stage when a W Hall of Fame, I would say, you're out of your mind. I thought I was toxic. I thought I was radioactive, that I'd never have anything to do with the wrestling business again. Man, here I am. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. I'd like to thank all my friends. This guy is something else, man. He is relentless. So, all my friends out there who have hung with me and supported me and been with me, even when I was unlovable, I want to thank them. I want to thank my family who's always been with me. I want to thank that jail chaplain I met, Pastor Steve, who led me to the Lord on April 23rd of 2006. And prior to that, a little story about, I want to thank the fans. When I got out of jail, thankfully, the last time, Pastor Steve always pulled into the Walmart parking lot. I always asked him if I'd come in. I go, no, I'm good, man. And so finally, after after time, he said, hey, Lex, how come you won't come in the Walmart with me? I go, the old Lex said, man, Pastor Steve, I don't do Walmart. I shop like Saks Fifth Avenue and all that stuff. So finally, just to satisfy, I went in, and I was a guy who wrestled, but didn't really grow up watching wrestling. So I was a wrestler who didn't really, I didn't get the fans. I thought they're like, I thought you were out of your minds. I thought you all were crazy. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. But I finally walked in that Walmart for the first time in my life. And it's a time when I felt unlovable in my life. I didn't care. I was living out of a hotel. I was doing my community service, cleaning out dog cages and cat cages. And I didn't care if I woke up the next day, to be honest with you. Now, I'm not saying it's done, but man, I'd pretty much given up hope. And you, the fans, in that Walmart, finally passed me and said, you want to come in? I go, all right, I'll go into Walmart. The love and the commotion and just that the fans showed me in that Walmart was absolutely amazing. It gave me hope. It gave me a light. And I want to, wrestling fans, now I've gone full circle. I've gone from a wrestler who wasn't a fan to I'm a big wrestling fan now. The things that this generation, you guys are doing is absolutely mind-boggling. The athleticism and where WG's gone as a company is just, it's a global phenomenon. I'm proud to be a part of it. I'm glad to be up here. I mean, my family, I want to thank them. They've always been with me no matter what. I'm so thankful for them. Pastor Steve, who walked me to the foot of the cross in a hotel room, April 23rd of 2006. Thank you, Steve. He was there when I got for my salvation. He was there for my ordination. He was there for my recent marriage. So the trifecta. So thank you, Pastor Steve, who married me to my beautiful wife, Robin. I'm just so thankful. I'm just so grateful. And most of all, I talked a little bit about Cody when he dropped the bombshell on me at his house. My mom was very low key about my wrestling career. And every year she said, I got the joy of taking care of her last 7 years of her life. She passed recently. And my mom always would say, you think they're ever going to put you in that Hall of Fame? I don't know, Mom, maybe someday. So, Mom, I hope guys give you glimpses for now. We made it, Mom. And I'll see you there. We can celebrate together in heaven when I get there. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
quite the emotional moment.
Well, it seems though Lex is able to get up and take a few
the
steps.
Hall of Fame ring to Lex Luger. Ladies and gentlemen, again tonight, main event of the Hall of Fame, a man that has meant a lot to Pat and I and also to all of us in this room. Triple H will be inducted into the Hall of Fame.
An absolute legend, obviously, goes by a lot of names. You know, he's the cerebral assassin, the king of kings. Some of us call him, from his original name, Terra Rising. And speaking of Terra Rising, Michael Cole decided to do a little bit of that whenever he wanted to play cosplay as Triple H in the past. We're going to go to the Padistrator, please, to showcase this man showing a little respect to Triple H. Now, whenever you see this, understand that this is not a professional athlete. It's the man who just wanted to show a little bit of love. Go ahead and play that thing. Because what we're seeing here is a guy who knows he's in the middle of an arena he's not supposed to be in. And he knows, you stop right there, bang, those tights. Ain't never had a situation go like that, right there. Never. Got a little baby pecs, you're not doing too bad there. But what you're about to do out of your mouth is going to embarrass you and your family forever. Everybody knows the spray. Play that thing. You're spitting all over yourself. An oral cream pie to your face. Pause. Who are these people on your back? And how mad are they that this is the first time they're being seen?
They're my kids.
One kid upset. Two kids upset. Dad, put a shirt on. You look like a... Play it, please. He said, don't you worry about it, kids. It's only going to get worse. You know, all these professional wrestlers, they're able to get up on the ring with ease. Not your dad. I'm going to break my hip and my back. Get my fat ass up here. Triple H, pause. That's what it's supposed to look like. Right there. Easy comparison with this thing going on. Your little baby cheeks and your little baby tights, you would go on to squirt all over your face yet again. Play. And everybody in this arena will remember the evening that they were terrorized by a guy honoring. Pause. Pause. Look at that flavor saver you used to have. Where's that thing at? Where's that at, Cole? Anyways, we love to pay tribute to Triple H because he's a legend, and even though it might be disrespectful, that was in honor of him. Correct?
Yeah, it was. I got better, though, at SummerSlam.
Yeah, absolutely. Every time water comes out of your mouth, everybody thinks, oh, this guy is the next Triple H. Yeah, it is it's obviously a fantastic evening. We cannot wait to celebrate Mr. H again.
Bailey, what are you laughing at?
Paul Heyman, you look a little lonely out here, bud, didn't you there?
Yeah, how's everything going with the Tribal Chief?
Oh, well, just kind of all by himself down here, sticking out like a sore thumb. Big weekend for you, Paul.
Cody, great interview tonight with Cena as well. Really good. Hey, tonight we are also going to honor those who paved the way for us, obviously, throughout this wonderful genre.
That was a great little segment too.
Made an incredible mark on everyone in the history of the business.
That's right, and we have the Legacy Award is what we give out, and we have our first recipient, and I'm going to be honest, this man scared the absolute hell out of me.
Kamala, a superstar with an immense presence. The Ugandan giant spoke with vocal force. 6'7", over 400 pounds. And if that wasn't intimidating enough, how about the way Kamala competed?
I mean, you think big and you think strong. I remember it was like, oh, big fella.
A very high threshold of pain, a very unorthodox man, a very dangerous individual indeed.
Terrifying, unpredictable, daunting. Kamala was unique.
It was just awesome. It just worked.
He is big, he is mean, he is vicious, and so far nobody's even come anywhere near and give him any kind of competition.
An unsettling sight for opponents who had never experienced anything like it.
Kamala is the toughest test Hulk Hogan has ever had since becoming heavyweight champion.
Behind all the body paint lay the heart of a warrior. And now Kamala is immortalized, a member of the 2025 legacy class of the WWE Hall of Fame.
Please help us welcome Kamala's wife, Dean Harris, who is here tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next inductee, it seems like just yesterday that she burst on the scene here in WWE, a three-sport star, and she was actually a school teacher in Florida and part of the inaugural Diva Search.
Not only a part of the inaugural Divas Search, she's the first ever Divas champion and also the first ever Diva and Women's champion whenever she unified the title. Also, a stupendous tag team wrestler with the team Les Cool.
Indeed. Let's take a look at our next inductee.
Michelle, Hall of Fame season is upon us. I would like to tell you right now that you Hall of Fame. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
When people think about the Divas era, I think they think about Michelle McCool.
One of them, for sure.
He was one of the few that broke down the boundaries of not wrestling like a diva. She was athletic, strong, she was gritty.
Women superstars Michelle McCool. Her very name evokes confidence.
Michelle McCool.
Michelle often kept her cool, helping the All-American girl become the first ever Divas champion.
Michelle McCool has made history.
And four-time women's champion.
Every time that she went out there, she made the most of every moment.
Michelle was a mild-mannered middle school teacher till one day she accepted a friend's dare to enter the 2004 WWE Diva Search.
I'm not one to take big leaps like this, but it's something I've always wanted to do and just did it finally.
You are moving on to fire. Talk about a crash course. Michelle went from hitting the books to hitting the ropes. And it wasn't long until the former teacher was schooling opponents.
I think Michelle McCool could be the best all-round athlete in WWE.
Michelle shot to superstardom, even ending up back in a classroom of sorts.
You're absolutely right.
No surprise she graduated with honors.
Eating.
Number one.
That's the same spot Michelle's tag team played.
We all lay cool.
That's a good point.
One of the most successful women's teams ever played cool.
Then another partner came along. The Undertaker. A marriage made in heaven and hell.
By no means did I want to meet him in person or in a dark alley. Never in a million years thought I would marry the guy.
She's truly been a blessing. I don't really know where I would be without her.
Region here, all have to be cool.
And isn't it appropriate that Michelle has become a teacher once again? What began as a dare is now an unforgettable journey. A driving force from the Divas era to the women's evolution.
She's a trailblazer, a true leader.
Thank goodness this McCool was too cool for school.
You don't go from school teacher to a WWE superstar. I think she was just fearless.
I just don't think people understand how amazing I really am.
WWE proudly welcomes Michelle McCool into the 2025 class of the WWE Hall of Fame.
Ladies and gentlemen, here now to induct Michelle McCool into the class of 2025 Hall of Fame is a fellow Hall of Famer.
A fellow member of her household.
It's her husband, Pat.
Bingo!
Ladies and gentlemen, The Undertaker.
Yeah.
all right. Let's settle down. Look, it's Vegas. It's Friday night. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Thank you. It's always nice to be back in front of the WWE Universe. Yeah, that's you guys. That's you. But tonight, I'm not here as the Phenom. I'm not here as the dead man. No, I'm not. Tonight, I'm just Mark. Or a Mark. Before you even say it, Stephanie. I'm a husband and a father. And a man who gets to honor one of the greatest people that I've ever known in life and in this business. Michelle didn't walk into the WWE with a famous last name or a promise. She came here with her working boots on and something to prove. She didn't ask for anything, but she went out and earned everything. Man, I'm going to. She was so strong-headed that when we first got together, all right, now you know she chased me for months. Finally wore me down. Anyway, that's my story. Anyway, she says to me, "You will never speak on my behalf." I'm like, okay. And she meant it. And I have to admit, I was a little taken back. So, not knowing really what to say, I clapped back. Well, when I do speak, you better listen. That's right. I think it was about 3 months before I could eat solid food again. She was the first Divas champion, the first woman to hold both the women's title and the Divas championship. She was one half of the iconic Team Lay Cool, a team that redefined what it meant to be bold, to be fearless, to be heard. And let's be honest, they made being mean girls, they made that cool too. She was a pioneer before the women's evolution had a name. She carried the weight of expectations, of disrespect, of people calling her just another pretty face. And she flipped it on them every time she stepped between those ropes. But the most amazing thing about Michelle, it's not the titles, it's not the camo gear, the Uggs, or even the promos or classic matches. It's who she is when the camera isn't rolling. First and foremost, she's a woman of faith. She's a mother who leads with love. She's the strongest person in our family, and I say that without a hint of hesitation. She picked me up when I couldn't get off the mat.
She made me a better man, a better father, and a better person. Michelle stepped away from the WWE still at the top of her game to be something even more important to her, a mother. But even in her time away, her fingerprints are still all over the women's division today. And let's be clear, without Michelle McCool, a whole lot of women would not have gotten the opportunities that they thrive on now. And we all know that our women's division is smashing it. So tonight, I get to do something that I've wanted to do for a very long time. Babe, you're more than a Hall of Famer. You're a legend. You're my best friend. And you are, without question,
hello, Don.
The toughest, classiest, fierce woman I have ever known. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the pride of Palatka, Florida, my wife and your newest member of the WWE Hall of Fame, Michelle McCool.
He told a few lies. I might have to switch things up. It is wild to me how some of the biggest moments just sneak up on you. No music, no build up, no heads up, just boom, there it is. And for me, it takes me back to one particular moment. It's 2004. I'm in the backseat of my parents' car. It feels like just another normal afternoon. And then my phone rings. It's a 203 area code. Connecticut, WWE headquarters. My pulse kicks into overdrive. My heart is racing. And yet, I let it go to voicemail. Instantly, I flash back to college, holding a tough enough application I'd carefully filled out, stared at for weeks, and then tossed in the trash. I was scared. Not of the work, not of the dream. I was scared of failing. See, wrestling, it wasn't just entertainment in our house. It was sacred. It was family. It was bonding with my dad and Pat Pap. It was yelling at the TV and staying up late on Monday nights. Wrestling was serious business in the McCool household. So months later, I'm watching Monday Night Raw, and something called the Diva Search pops up on my TV. I figure, what the heck? Take some photos, send in the paperwork. I don't tell a soul, and I wait. Because if no one knows, no one will know if I failed. Fast forward to that day in the back seat. My nerves are shot. I press play, and I hear, Michelle, we loved your photos, and we want to see you in New York City for the Diva Search. In shock, I start giggling uncontrollably. My parents turn around, puzzled smiles on their faces, wondering, what is going on? Have I lost my mind? Maybe. Or maybe I just found it. Because at that moment, somewhere between the voicemail, the giggles, and the disbelief, something clicks. I realize my life is about to change. What if I'm enough? Not just good enough, not just tough enough, but enough, just as I am. This may be my story tonight, but it's your story too. You are enough, period. So tonight, I'm taking you outside the ropes to share what I like to call my flawless finishes. The first one, literally learned the hard way. It's Thanksgiving, 1985. I'm 5 years old, sitting at the kids' table, surrounded by my older brother and 3 mischievous cousins. They decide a food fight is a good idea. And of course, I'm the innocent bystander, flawless, remember? Then a dinner roll smacks me square in the face. Chaos erupts, my dad walks in, court is in session. Guess who gets blamed? Me, the baby.
Yeah.
I get the look. Y'all know the look? Yeah, the look that says, I'm in trouble. I grew up in a time where spare the rod, spoil a child. It was put into practice. So, my dad gives me a slight pop on my hand, and in my sweetest yet toughest 5-year-old voice, I'll look him right in the eyes and say, that didn't hurt. So, he pops me again. And again, I say, that didn't hurt. By the third pop, slightly upgraded, I finally break. That hurt. I'll tell you what that moment taught me, though. And it stayed with me from the kitchen to the canvas. Grit doesn't mean you don't feel the pain. It means you keep showing up even when it hurts. That same grit carried me into every arena I stepped into. Night after night, match after match, I had to earn my place all over again. And the titles, guys, the titles, they don't come without scars. But those scars prove you fought. And more importantly, they prove you didn't quit. Life will often limit your opportunities and challenge your voices, but it can never limit your fight. That part is up to you. And once you're back in the fight, that's when the real challenge begins. Because the higher you rise, the louder the noise gets. Which makes me think of another flawless finish. Ignore the noise. Now, I don't know how many of y'all were around during the Divas era, but things weren't always easy. Honestly, I can't think of a single time they were. But I do love a good fight. It's Lay Cool versus Natalia, one of my favorite rivalries. At one point, y'all, we were literally told, pull your punches. They look too good. What do you even do with that? I'll tell you what I did. I kept my head down. I remained quiet and confident, and I worked harder than ever before. Eventually, we got rewarded with the first ever women's tables match. The noise said, tone it down. But my heart said, fight harder. Because in wrestling and in life, people will always have opinions about who you should be and what you're capable of. But the reality is, what you tolerate is what you validate. And not every voice deserves your attention. If I had listened to every critic, every voice that doubted whether women belonged in the ring or why I was even here in the first place, I might have surrendered. Had I surrendered, I would have missed moments like standing across from an 87-year-old Mae Young, and yes, I was terrified, who looked Lay Cool dead in the eyes and said, I demand a no disqualification match with these two hussies. Let's go, you little brats. Y'all know she didn't say brats, but Hall of Fame speech, so we'll keep it classy. Here's something I tell myself often, and especially these past few weeks.
Don't let the noise around you drown out the truth inside you, because your calling is bigger than their commentary. My last flawless finish, failure isn't fatal. I'll be honest, I hate failing. Always have, probably always will. But never wanting to burden anyone with any struggles that I have. Many of you may not know that I've dealt with severe kidney and liver disease for over 25 years. Returning from an overseas tour, one I don't remember to this day, I call my parents from New York and I simply say, I'm sick. Again. By the time I land at the airport, they're waiting. We go straight to the hospital, and I'm admitted. I don't leave for 16 days. 16 days of hallucinations, 16 days of nobody knowing what's going on. Not even my doctors.
And take it.
But thanks to those hallucinations, I wasn't alone in that room. See, Tori Wilson's sweet face was on every ceiling tile. Matt Hardy's head was mounted like a deer coming out of my AC vent. John Cena, Big Show, they were guarding the parking lot. Chavo Guerrero was fighting everybody in sight. I was literally calling Charmel in the middle of the night, asking for my toothbrush. Layla was sneaking Diet Mountain Dew in for me. And apparently, according to my mom, all I talked about nonstop was, take her, take her, take her. Not sure I believe that one, but okay, Mom. Back to the hospital. My family is scared. My doctors are stumped. But somewhere in the middle of all that chaos, my stubborn subconscious keeps whispering, this is temporary. Little by little, I fight my way back. And from that hospital bed, I discover a life-changing truth. Failure doesn't end your story. It's what defines it. Because every great comeback needs just one thing, a fall worth fighting through. Tonight, I stand here a small town girl from Palaca, Florida, who despite dreaming big would have never imagined being inducted into the 2025 WWE Hall of Fame. I find it no coincidence that today is Good Friday, the day my Lord and Savior sacrificed it all. The sacrifices made inside the ring and all around the world, they will always hold the most special place in my heart. And some of the most meaningful moments, they didn't just happen inside the ring, they happened far beyond it. Standing in war zones on Tribute to the Troops tours, locking eyes with kids in hospitals where strength takes a different shape. Cheering on Special Olympic athletes who define what it means to fight with joy. Those are the moments that changed me. Because real power isn't found in the spotlight. Legacy isn't a title run or a main event. Y'all, it's how you treat people when there's no spotlight at all. WWE Universe, thank you. Through every setback, every evolution, you showed up. Y'all are the reason that I continued to make that walk to the ring. Real talk? I normally ran to the ring because we only had 3 to 4 minutes start to finish, but you get the point. You cheered us, you challenged us, and you stood by us when the world barely looked our way. So thank you. WWE, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for giving this small town girl a chance to live out her dream. To my incredible WWE family, Tori Wilson, thank you for your endless friendship and your beautiful soul. Charmel, no questions asked, I've got your back, even in a Philippines mall. Lisa, thank you for all the laughs and reminding me to have fun in the moments. Natty, thank you for never backing down from the fight and doing it with humor and humbleness. Fit Finley, thank you for being our voice and fighting for us when nobody else did. Kathy Morell, John Cone, thank you for being the literal glue that holds everything together. Steph, Thank you for being an amazing leader, but more importantly, a friend. Layla, my little yes. My little flawless British bestie, my partner in crime, my better half, the yin to my yang. Who would have thought that two complete opposites would fit so perfectly together? I absolutely adore you. And I was thinking we could always rewind, run it back one more time. I don't know what y'all think, but I'm just saying it could be flawless. Mom and Dad, thank you for instilling grit, strength, and unwavering love. Jeff, thank you for always having my back, whether I asked you to or not. My sweet Kai of faith, in a world full of noise, be the quiet confidence. Know your worth, trust your sweet little soul, dream big,
Is that
work
Taker's
hard,
daughter?
and fail forward. Keep your heart open to his whispers, lovey, okay? Be unapologetically you, because you, baby girl, are more than enough. Cole Compton, my boogs. Your laughter lights up my world. Never let circumstances define who you are. Prove people wrong and prove yourself right. To you both, I love you the most. The end. I win. And to the love of my life, my dear husband, Mark. I've got nothing. Just kidding. Just kidding. You are an inspiration to so many people, including myself. And despite the lies you told earlier, your persistence, the way you chased me for so many months, impressive. Not taking no for an answer. Impressive. And the way you finally got me to cave and say yes, even more impressive. But seriously, I love you with every ounce of my being, and I thank God every day I get to call you my husband. You are my rock, my protector, my soulmate, my whole heart. I absolutely love you, babe. And for the record, yes, ironically, my theme song says, "You're not enough for me." I came to love that. It sounds just like the world. All the doubt, the noise, the voices that try to tell you you're not worth it. I used it. Every time my music hit, it reminded me to stand taller, fight harder, and finish stronger. Not just for me, but for every single person who's ever been told they weren't enough. So tonight, I leave you with this challenge. When the world tries to break you, grit, don't quit. When the noises around you doubt your strength or worth, ignore the noise. And when setbacks seem overwhelming, remember, failure isn't fatal. Because the girl in the back seat, the one too afraid to pick up the phone, she answered it anyway. And she discovered something undeniable. No applause, no status, no title will ever define your worth. She finally believed she was enough. And believing it, truly believing it, that changes everything. Thank y'all.
And congratulations to Michelle McCool earlier today, immortalized with her Hall of Fame ring presented by fellow Hall of Famer Triple H.
Those rings have changed.
And we are live, ladies and gentlemen, tonight at the sold-out Hall of Fame. We have plenty more to come, including the induction of the game, Triple H.
All right, I'm going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to JoJerz Wells. I watch
This
along.
brings us
And we're
to
back
our
here on the
next
Hall of Fame.
recipient of the WWE Hall of Fame Legacy Award, a man who revolutionized the new style of professional wrestling.
Hardcore. The word that defines Dory Funk Sr., both in the ring and out. Dory's toughness,
Dory,
legendary,
father
popularizing the
of
Texas
Terry
death
and Dory.
A Texas death match is a bloody, no holds barred fight to the finish.
They say that I'm as mean as an old sidewinder rattlesnake from Texas.
Dory transformed from a hard-nosed hellraiser to a prominent promoter for the Amarillo-based Western State Sports.
He helped shape the careers of many wrestling legends.
But perhaps his greatest legacy, raising and training his two sons, Hall of Famers Terry Funk and Dory Funk Jr.
The only pair of brothers ever to both hold the world's heavyweight championship.
Dory's dedication to the industry never wavered. And now that legacy lives on, joining his sons in the hallowed halls, part of the 2025 legacy class of the WWE Hall of Fame.
Thank you to the WWE Universe. The Funks are together again.
Please help us in welcoming family of Dory Funk Jr., Dory Funk Jr. and Stacy Funk, granddaughter of Dory Funk Sr.
So many wonderful faces here tonight. My old friend Haku. I see him out there. How you doing? Damian Priest. Big match tomorrow night at WrestleMania. Becky Lynch is here.
Yeah. Let's
And,
go.
and of course, Seth. Anyhow, we're here, of course, to celebrate Triple H and his induction into the Hall of Fame tonight. We have a very special package that was put together by Tom Rinaldi from Fox Sports to celebrate the game.
The game. That damn good. Hunter Hearst Helmsley. The different identities, the varied stages, but for Paul Triple H Levesque, there have been three constants through the journey. Passion.
There is nobody that eats, sleeps, or breathes this business more than me.
Persistence.
Oh, that's not good. Triple H barely able to stay
For
in.
that quad.
Purpose.
Welcome to WrestleMania!
Start was passion. A bodybuilding phenom who was Mr. Teenage New Hampshire, Paul was prodigiously strong when he started training with the great Killer Kowalski.
The first bump I ever took in wrestling, I fell in love with it.
That spark would only spread as Paul built a career that would take him through characters.
I am Jean-Paul Levesque.
And eras.
Are you? Get a nice shot of the brand new Mr. and Mrs. Hunter Hearst Helmsley.
From rivalries.
For only one man at the top of the mountain.
That one with Randy.
Finding a way to do it all. With a flair for the moment. A zeal for the matches. A love for the game. In the highest moments. And the hardest. That's when he showed persistence. Often he could have stopped. In 1996, after the infamous curtain call at MSG. This goes back to the clique. This goes back to Madison Square Garden and saying goodbye to my friends.
Every old timer, they were mortified. It was against everything they ever stood up for in business.
Passed over and punished for doing what no one had done before.
To go from winning King of the Ring into a huge program with Shawn Michaels for the WWE champion. That's gone.
He came back, even bigger.
Guys talk about being students of the game. I am the game.
He could have quit in 2001 after tearing his quad in a tag team match.
Planted my leg as I hit him and it just popped. Couldn't really stand by and finish the match.
Finish the match?
Yeah. It probably wasn't the smartest thing in the world to do, but...
And possibly in just 8 months, he was back. Even better.
That was a loud pop in MSG.
He could have left in 2021 when a cardiac event nearly ended his life.
There's moments in there where when they're putting you out for stuff and you think, is this it? Do you wait up for this?
Paul would leave the ring, but never leave the game. In fact, he's become more essential, more integral, more vital to the business than ever before. That brings us to purpose.
I didn't get in this business to be rich. I didn't get in it for any other reason. I just want to be rich.
That's always been there. As a superstar who would start his day in production meetings, a headliner who was building the NXT franchise for the future.
Are changing the way people look at women athletes. It's awesome that it's happening here.
A brand name that wanted to build stories beyond his own. A legend that believed he would and could lift WWE into an even higher realm. Crafting another evolution. Creating another generation of memories.
You see, in this industry, just like in life, everything evolves.
That's what Paul Levesque has done, because that's who he is. A celebrated champion, a creative force, a visionary leader, driven by the greatest force of all, love, forever, for others, for the game.
This is the Paul Levesque era.
That was nice. That was very beautiful.
And indeed it is, as Stephanie said, the Paul Levesque era. Triple H will be out here in just a few moments to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. His family's here tonight. Lovely wife, children, of course, his mother-in-law as well. Also here tonight is a legendary manager, Hall of Famer in his own right. Jimmy Hart is here at the Hall of Fame. And I bring Jimmy up because Jimmy put together one of the most powerful and influential tag teams in the history of WWE.
Oh, Earthquake
They would
and
go on to become tag
Monsoon, I think.
champions and have a legendary rivalry with the Legion of Doom.
These men were so big, they were so powerful, the earth moved when they walked. And there was a reason they were called the Natural Disasters.
Yep. Big boys.
Do you feel your whole world coming to an end? You feel the walls shaking, the ground quaking.
What happens when you combine two of Earth's most devastating forces?
They're gonna feel the typhoon's
Oh,
blast
typhoon.
and the earthquake.
You get a disaster of truly epic proportions.
And the proof of which the 852 pounds of natural
In 1991, former sumo wrestler John Tenta known as Earthquake, joined forces with the equally massive Typhoon, then known as Tugboat.
That way the biggest, the meanest, and the best. You
The two behemoths thunder through WWE, becoming one of the most popular tag teams.
They were two different characters that came together in a tag team that just fit.
The Natural Disasters amazed crowds, not only with their enormous size and power, but with their surprising athleticism.
They weren't just lumbering big men. They were big men that could move.
Stand over 6'7". Together they weigh over half a ton. And they will be the next Pro Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions.
Nobody, but nobody is taking these away from us.
In 1993, the Natural Disasters disbanded, but their aftershock is still felt to this day.
A lot of what you see in modern big men was kind of pioneered in the 90s by Earthquake.
My finishing move, which is the tsunami, is of course another natural disaster.
The Natural Disasters will be remembered like any huge storm. Unique, powerful, awe-inspiring.
I wish there were more teams like the Natural Disasters. The legacy the Natural Disasters leave behind is one of, I want some more of that. Hopefully they inspire the next generation.
Natural disasters rule. How about that?
WWE is proud to induct Earthquake and Typhoon, the Natural Disasters, into the 2025 class of the WWE Hall of Fame.
Please help us welcoming Typhoon Fred Ottman, his son Berkeley Ottman, dog, I must add, and for the late John Tenta, his wife Josephine, his grandson Joe, his daughter Joanna Tenta, and his son John Tenta Jr.
Almost 20 years ago, a few months before our dad died, I got home from school, wandered into my parents' room, and found my dad sitting on the floor in front of my parents' bed with VHS tapes spread out in front of him. He smiled and invited me to join him. He was watching a taping of Primetime Wrestling, and it was his Quake Burger segment. He was cracking up, quoting his own lines, and telling me how that segment raised a lot of eyebrows at the time. In that moment, it was Earthquake entertaining John Tenta, just like he entertained all of you. I love this memory because it shows the stark contrast between the vicious heel in the ring and the warm, gentle giant that I'm so thankful and proud to call my dad. I also share this memory because at the time it was bittersweet. I assumed my dad was reflecting about his life nearing its end. 20 years later, I'm sure that was certainly part of it, but I also see a person with an unbelievably full life to look back on and reflect on, and he was able to know that he'd achieved his life's dream. Thank you, first and foremost, to the fans who made that dream come true. He was grateful for your support always. And thank you to the WWE for honoring him and Fred with his tremendous recognition.
Very formal of the son. Straightforward.
I always admired my dad for being unapologetically himself. He was dependable and worked hard, but he was also silly, compassionate, didn't take himself too seriously.
Is that his wife? Or
He
poor
taught
lady.
me that you could be both fierce and gentle, with gentleness often requiring more strength. Wanting to carry on his spirit and legacy gave me courage to step into the ring last year and start training to follow in his footsteps. My dad once said he wanted to be remembered as a pretty good heel who played his part well. Now, because of his work with Uncle Fred, he will also be remembered as a pretty good babyface. Uncle Fred,
excuse me,
thank you for being such a wonderful friend to our father, for bringing to life so many moments together in the ring, and for bringing so much joy to our dad's life outside of it. I still have an image in my mind from years ago of you and my father laughing like two men half your age and size on the Dumbo ride at Disney World. To see that you could be strong and imposing, but still embrace your inner child, is what this is all about. So thank you, Fred. Thank you for being a part of that. If my dad were here tonight, I know he'd want to celebrate you for all you are and for all you gave.
First of all, I want to tell you all how grateful that the natural disasters are being put in to the 2025 Hall of Fame. Thank you, WWE. And John, Joanna, thank you for all those beautiful things that you just said. It means a lot to me. I just wish your dad was here next to me. He was my best friend. You know, we spent over 300 days a year on the road together, you know, and I loved him. He was my brother from another mother. And it is true, we had the tendencies to be a little infantile sometimes. Okay, I did ride the Dumbo ride and I had mouse ears on. Yes. But I had wrote some things here to let you know more about us. You know, when they first came to me, they go, Quake had run his deal with Hulk Hogan. And I went to TV after just doing a photo shoot on tugboats in Rhode Island. And I got there and I got they want to see you in the office. I'm like, what did I do? You know, but they called me in the back. They said, we had an idea. You know, Pat was back there, Vince, and they're like, we were thinking about putting you guys together as a team. Well, I go, oh my God, that's awesome. He's a phenomenal athlete, a great friend to me. And, you know, sometimes tag teams don't gel in this business for one reason or another.
No,
you know, but they put us together.
Anytime down
and
under.
It was awesome. You know, we traveled overseas. We traveled here and worked here. And all those days on the road, man. But to have somebody that cared about you and cared about me, we had so much in common. You know, he was a great dad and a great husband, you know, and just a wonderful person. Sorry. You know, but I got a call, you know, he had cancer and he had to move to Houston. And it was in remission. And I got a phone call at my house. And he called and he was supposed to be going to his son's wedding in Orlando, I believe. And he called, he says, it's back, Fred. And then it broke my heart. You know, this big, strong man that loved everyone, and everybody that's ever met him knew what a wonderful person he was. And so all I could tell you is that John, right now, he's looking down from heaven, seeing his children and what they've said. And I could see him with that big smile on his face and those dimples, you know, big old cutie. But I just want to say, Wake, I miss you. And this one here, brother, this is for you.
Well, earlier today, Triple H presenting the Hall of Fame ring.
Oh, very nice.
National
Probably from his partner.
Great ring. Great ring. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new moment, the immortal moment that is going to be presented this year. One of the men involved in this is Stone Cold Steve Austin.
What?
And Pat, our WWE social media team put together what they believe were some of the top stunners in the history of Stone Cold's career. Let's take a look.
Love that. This is not us. This is a social team. Xavier Woods having a time dancing. Ow! Snap a neck. Change a life. How about The Rock? Wayne Johnson and Steve traveled the road, stunning the hell out of each other. Hey, yo! Scott Hall can get one. How about Kevin Nash? You know, 6'10" somehow.
The one to Sean.
After getting stunned,
That crowned Steve Austin.
starts in 20 minutes.
Go ahead. Best stunner of all time, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know about any of that, but certainly a moment I did not expect. Once you get your face busted by Steve, you choke down a Steve Wasser to hook to ease the pain. The move that brought the world to its feet. And obviously one of the reasons why the man is considered a GOAT in all conversations.
Let's get to it. This is the inaugural immortal moment entering into the WWE Hall of Fame. WrestleMania 13 in Chicago.
Yep.
No disqualification. Submission match. Stone Cold Steve Austin versus
Bret the Hitman.
Hitman Hart.
Yep. They should have put Shamrock in there too, since he was a special guest referee.
Bret Hart was the man. He was the best guy in the WWE.
Stone Cold Steve Austin. He was the baddest mug around.
If you put the letter S in front of Hitman, you've had my exact opinion of Bret Hart.
Hitman.
When these two get together, this rivalry is far, far from over.
And it's so believable with Bret and Stone Cold. People are on the edge of their chair to see what happens next. And the story couldn't have been any better told than it was in that night. WrestleMania 13.
Definitely one of the best matches, especially in WrestleMania history, possibly of all time.
So we've got him hooked. Get go.
You cannot be disqualified. You gotta quit. These two men are fighting each other. This is a hell of a fight.
You can sense that something extraordinary is taking place.
That's when he busted open? Yeah.
Steve absorbed an incredible amount of punishment.
That image of him writing in pain with the blood. Iconic. He passed out.
The beauty of WrestleMania 13, it changed the business forever.
Little did I know this was going to be one of the greatest matches of all time.
Yep. Still to this day.
WrestleMania 13, that night, perfection.
We salute Bret the Hitman Hart and Stone Cold Steve Austin for their extraordinary WrestleMania 13 battle. a WWE immortal moment.
Agreed.
And who better to induct this immortal moment than, well, the man who hails from the city where this great match took place? The Second City Saint.
Oh,
if you
CM
will.
Punk.
Ladies and gentlemen, CM Punk.
So we'll get a pic frame on Seth Rollins. He definitely ain't clapping.
So they've given me 2 minutes to talk about the two greatest generational superstar elite workers this business has ever seen. And their magnum opus they give us at WrestleMania 13. Now, I could talk about each of these gentlemen for 2 hours plus. I could talk about that match for another 5. But you guys don't want to hear from me tonight. You want to hear from Steve Austin and Bret Hart. I think as human beings, as performers, as artists, we speak in absolutes and hyperbole too often. This guy is the worst wrestler I've ever seen. You hear it all the time. This is the greatest match I've ever seen. I think the hyperbole and the absolutes should be reserved for these two men in this match. It is the greatest match in WrestleMania history. It's perfect. Just trying to eat up a little bit of time here and see if I can. I say I'm the best in the world, but this night is not about me. This moment means a lot to me. This match, I think, meant a lot to the business and a lot of the boys and girls sitting here today, and certainly to the fans. Shout out to Ken Shamrock. He was a big part of this.
Yeah,
It was.
just what I said.
He selflessly understood what it took to be a great referee. Tip of the cap to Sweet Home Chicago. Some of the best fans in the world helped make this perfect storm what it was. And again, this is not about me, but this moment and this match and these two guys mean so much to me. This all means so much to me. Because all I've ever tried to do is walk in the shadow of giants. All I will continue to do, and I'm doing quite literally right now, is follow in the footsteps of the legends and fill the boots of the people that I idolized when I was a kid. I've been fortunate to have a lot of mentors in this business. Some of them aren't here with us anymore. Harley's gone. Eddie's not with us. Terry isn't here anymore. Roddy has passed on. I think it's important to say how grateful I am and thankful I'm here today. Thankful that Brett and Steve are here so we can all tell them how much they mean to us, to thank them, to give them their flowers because they so desperately deserve it. So please join me in giving the flowers and showing love to two of the greatest superstars of all time. My mentors, my idols, my friends, Stone Cold Steve Austin and Bret the Hitman Hart.
Yeah. Oh, Brett's first. Where's Brett? Oh, there he is. Hell yeah. Oh, half and half face. That's different. That's cool. Almost like the face off movie poster. That is pretty fucking cool.
First of all, I just want to say it's a huge honor to be the first guy to get 3 Hall of Fame rings. I always, from the night that I had this match, I knew when I was in the dressing room after, it was like, I think that was my greatest match. It was such a great moment for me. It was something that I could feel it the second it happened, and I just knew that this might be the greatest match of all time, might be the greatest match I ever had. There's a famous French painter that once said, his name's George Braque, he once said, art is a wound turned to light. And for me, I've always thought that was the perfect statement about this match. And for me, just having this match with Steve Austin, I'll say that Steve and I always got along really well. We were good friends. But, there's something that is goes beyond, being friends in wrestling. And what it is it's trust and respect. And there was always a lot of trust, and there was always a lot of respect. When we had that match, that's the one thing that I remember the most, is that there was this respect between each other and the trust between each other. And that's what means the most to me right now, standing here, is that that's how you do magic in wrestling, is when you have that trust and respect. You can't be a great wrestler without having that. And I had it with a lot of wrestlers. But for me, the one guy that stands out the most as having the most respect and the most trust was this guy right here. I'm gonna pass over. I only got 2 minutes, and I'm gonna let Steve take you on the rest of the road.
Man, I've talked about this match so much. You come out here and blow smoke up Brett's ass and my ass. It just seems like overkill. But hey, that's the gig. It happened to be a real good house in Chicago that night. Chicago seemed to be a stronghold for me. Brett and I went to the finish room, got the marching orders. I didn't think much of it. I kind of doubted it. Brett and I were sitting on the apron kind of talking. I went back, doubled back to the old man, said, "Hey, man, you think it's going to work?" He goes, "Oh, God. Steve." So I went back out there and started talking with Brett. Anyway, went out there and just had a hell of a match. And it was basic and it was simple. And, you can do whatever you want, but, man, if you keep it basic simple, you got a pretty good start there, because you ain't got to do a whole bunch of shit and hurt yourself. It was a great match. It was a lot of fun. And like CM Punk said, he so properly addressed Ken Shamrock. I'd like to say thank you to Ken Shamrock. He brought a lot of eyeballs to that match.
There you go.
The only thing that pissed me off is some bitch is so jacked up. I mean, hell, me and Brett look like Shamrock, so. But it was great. He looked like $1 million. Hell, he's worth the pay-per-view all by himself. And then I want to thank also on the just the way it was. There was 3 guys doing commentary on that match, and they made that match. And one was Vince, and he was dropping a lot of stuff in that match because he saw the vision. I was a trash talking redneck heel, and he saw a long range Steve being an anti-hero babyface. I knew what we was going to do, but I didn't know what it was going to become. Jumping Jim Ross and Jerry Lawler, two of the best to ever do it. You saw the match. You felt what me and Brett were doing. It was personal. It was real. And with those three guys doing the commentary, they laid down the soundtrack to back up every single thing we did. And it was a combination of that crowd, the story, and everything coming together. Like Brett said, the respect that we had, but the animosity that was, portrayed out there on the show on a week-by-week basis on Monday Night Raw. It was just a great time in my life, and kind of makes me goddamn almost a little bit speechless, because you see those packages and they put them together so good. And hell, I started to cry back there in the back, because it was such a good memory for me to look at all those pictures and that video reel of what Brett and I did that night. And I just think it's a very appropriate time to drink some.
Yeah.
So if Pat McAfee would bring some beer, I sure would appreciate it, because I'm about to start crying, and I might get a hangover tonight, and I'll look like that damn thing right there that they made for us. To Bret Hart, I don't know if you want to drink a beer, but I'm going to open you a beer. Pat, I know you'll drink a beer. I love you. You took me under your wing when I came into the company. You showed me the way. You helped me out. You knew that we could make money. We did. If it wasn't for Bret Hart, Stone Cold Steve Austin wouldn't be sitting here. I'm proud to be the first match with Bret going in, because all of my peers over here, I'm looking at Mick Foley, Shawn Michaels, all these guys, Triple H, they could have went in themselves, but we were the first. We deserved it. Kind of changed the history of the business, and that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so. Cheers, Bret. I love you. Oh, yeah.
I love Pat.
Ladies and gentlemen, more to come, including our main event.
That was great.
25 WWE Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
That's a pretty cool trophy, man. Let me know what you guys thought of that new trophy, but we'll be right back after this commercial break.
Russian Bear.
Welcome back to
Ivan
Joker's
Koloff,
Wild
a
Side.
revered classic villain
Watch
in
along.
WWE history.
We're
Koloff
back here in
began
the
a
WWE Hall of
six-decade
Fame.
reign of fear in 1969. His crowning achievement, ending Bruno Sammartino's historic, nearly 8-year championship reign.
Talk about Ivan Koloff.
I liked his talent tremendously. He kept the people right on their toes. I wrestled Ivan Koloff 60, 70, 80 times. He was an absolute phenomenal talent.
During the Cold War, Koloff imposed his iron fist onto the next generation, creating the infamous regime, the Russians.
Ivan is the general. He knows how to teach and teach them well.
The old Russian proverb says, I ran from the wolf, but ran into a bear. No doubt how opponents felt about the Russian bear. Congratulations, Ivan Koloff, a proud member of the 2025 legacy class of the WWE Hall of Fame.
All right.
Please help us welcome the wife of the Russian bear, Renee Koloff.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt who the man we are here to celebrate tonight has meant to my career. I've known him for 28 years, from the day he gave me a wedgie to now being my boss and a real good friend. I know, Pat, how much Triple H means to you.
He got me suspended in middle school and in high school because I was saying things that had 2 words in them with hand gestures. Long before I ever got a chance to meet him and the person that he is, and the leadership and the inspiration and the trailblazer, and I think everybody that has got a chance to work alongside of him would say the same thing. Just an absolute beauty of a human who is crushing his current role in an impossible situation.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to celebrate the game.
Well, X is a kid from New Hampshire that grew up, watched something that was the greatest thing he ever saw, and said, I want to do that. Said, I'm going to do whatever it takes to be really good at this.
A true student of the game.
Desire, work ethic, professionalism, and true love of the business.
His goal is to make this place better than it was yesterday. And it shows when he steps in the ring. It shows when he puts on a suit.
When you love the business the way he does, it permeates in the locker room, it permeates in the executive offices. There's no one like Triple H.
No matter how terrorizing. The invasion from DX.
Finding you. Every team over something new. Open mind for integrity.
Triple H had a passion for being the best. tell you, stepping away with Triple H is going to give you everything he's got. We were so fired up to go out there and perform. Those matches hold a very special place in my heart. I loved working with Triple H. He was especially good at bringing out the best in people.
What you see before you
Evolution.
is the greatest example of evolution you will ever see.
Triple H wanted me to be one of the guys, and that's where my career took off.
Hunter not only was willing to just teach me everything, but when it came time, he made me a star.
Now, the king of kings, the cerebral assassin, the game, Triple.
14-time world champion and a headliner of WrestleManias. An incredible performer who gave his body to entertain all of us.
Whether it's in the ring or now outside of the ring, he takes pride in leading the industry into the future.
Never opened myself this way. I decided our way.
The building of the first ever territory from the ground up. NXT. Developmental for Triple H also. I'm very proud of him. He's so good. The way he conducts himself.
Whether it be a mentor, a leader, or an executive, his love and passion for this industry hasn't changed. He has been able to guide and help so many reach their fullest potential.
It's the relentless work ethic of Triple H to help our company progress.
Welcome to the Netflix era!
That was a great show.
On such a serious light, you do forget he's one of a kind in his approach to humor and entertainment.
All right, who's ready? Field trip it.
Now the deal with Triple H. And clear.
I don't think they knew that was us.
His desire to constantly learn and grow and change and evolve is really what has allowed him to become one of the all-time greats.
Total commitment to being the best.
To now watch him lead with such patience, understanding, compassion, dignity, and honor is an amazing thing.
You can feel it right on the cuff. It's his life's work, and we need somebody like that leading this ship for WWE.
Everything in my life stems in some way from WWE. My best friend's life, my wife, my kids, all of it's one of the luckiest guys in the world.
Couldn't be much more than never trust in who we are.
Nothing else matters.
Ah, that was nice. That was hell of a night.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the man here to induct Triple H, I sort of feel bad because he's getting up there in age and he's got a real early call time for NXT tomorrow, like 5 a.m. or something. It's going to be a great show. So I caught him nodding off in the back, but I think he's ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, the man who probably knows Triple H better than anyone, well, steps down. He is Mr. WrestleMania. He is the man who is creating NXT right now. He is the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels.
I know I'm sexy. I've got the look and the vibes.
Wow, I got the move. Move. I said chill.
Up and down their spine.
Just a sexy woman. Thank you very much. First of all, before we get started, I hope everybody's enjoying this year, 2025. The 2025 Hall of Fame.
Ass kiss.
To the NXT talent that's out there, if I don't show up tomorrow morning, that joke didn't go over very well in the back. Tonight is a very special night for me. I get to induct my best friend, Triple H, into the WWE Hall of Fame. You all watched the video package. The WWE Universe sees him for who he is. The Game, the King of Kings, the 14-time world champion, numerous Rumble wins, classic rivalries with the biggest names in WWE history. The Rock, John Cena, Steve Austin, Roman Reigns, CM Punk, and the list, it goes on and on. I know I'm a bit biased because I'm his best friend, but I was there in the beginning. Me and some other boys you might have heard of called the Click.
Yeah.
We watched him come in, and he didn't walk in the door wanting to be what he is today, which is the most powerful man in wrestling. He just wanted to be what a lot of us wanted to be, a pro wrestler. He didn't think he was walking in the door as the chosen one. He didn't have some diabolical plan to take over the world. He knew, like a lot of us, he had to prove his worth. Now, I know what you're thinking. Yeah, but he wouldn't have accomplished all of that if he didn't marry the boss's daughter.
At least Stephanie is laughing.
You're wrong. What he did was fall in love with a beautiful woman who fell in love with him. And the list of accomplishments, I assure you, would not have changed a bit. They would have stayed the same no matter what, because he was willing to outwork everyone else. Because that's simply who he is. And now, speaking of that beautiful woman, I know there have been times when you wondered about our relationship. And I'm not going to lie to you. My wife wondered as well. But as he and I have both done, we have assured our wives, and I'm here to assure all of you, hand to God, the only times we've ever kissed was on live television in front of all of you. That's the truth, Steph, and I'm sticking to it, I promise. Hunter does everything in life with a sincere, genuine intent. From being raised by two unbelievably genuine parents, raising a family of his own, to making a genuine friendship with a bunch of crazy dudes. It's lasted over 30 years. And trust me, when it comes to me,
When it comes to me, it was a conscious decision of his to be my friend. Now, look, I like to think he learned a lot from me, the do's and the don'ts.
Mostly the don'ts.
Especially the don'ts. But yeah, I feel like I helped him. Not to understand the wrestling business, but to understand how to do business in this place and helping him get to the level that I knew he wanted to get to. The level that both of us knew he had the talent to achieve. We spent so much time together, we almost always know what the other is thinking. And I can honestly say, I don't know why he stayed my friend for so long. For a guy who has such a sharp business sense, it was probably the worst decision in the world to continue to be my friend. And I can assure you, everybody, and the other guys will tell you, it wasn't because of my charming personality. Every smart business move would have told him to just do the whole Homer Simpson thing where you just kind of fade back into the hitch. I mean, do what everybody else does, right? You just jump in another car. Guys did it all the time. But he stayed my best friend through thick and thin. And not knowing that one day I was going to turn my life around and become incredibly wonderful, humble, and adorable human being that stands here before you today. Hunter didn't leave me because no matter what, wouldn't allow himself to do it. Because that's the type of human being he is. That's the type of human being he was raised to be. I would be here all day if I went into his time as the game or the leader of evolution, the king of kings or the leader of the authority. And certainly not where it all started. As the new leader of the second iteration of D-Generation X, the one during the Attitude Era that everybody thinks was so much better than the original. And I'm not bitter about that. Not at all. Going to quickly fast forward to perhaps what is arguably Hunter's biggest contribution to the business and will certainly hold a special place in my heart. And that's NXT. When the clique was riding around in the car, we used to share stories about our love and passion for the business. We always wondered to ourselves, like, why can't it be like this all the time? And one day, Hunter had the foresight and the vision to build a place that excitement and passion could do just that, live all the time. Hunter had the ability to see the future of what the WWE could be. Everybody's always said, you can't just build a WWE superstar. One day, if I know him like I know him, he said to himself, why the hell not? So he created an environment where you could create just that. Where you didn't have to grow up loving this like we did. But if you could be around it 24/7, and if we could find that, if that was in you, we would bring it out of you and then we would snatch it up. We would see 13 years later, and here we are, we're WrestleMania. That card is damn near all NXT alumni. Every friendship has its ebbs and flows, its ups and downs, just like ours. But we're still as solid as ever. I can remember it all started with a phone call about me coming to NXT. Why don't you just swing on by? See what you think. And what started out at 2 hours a day, 3 days a week, has literally turned into a non-stop 24/7 grind, day in, day out, that virtually never ends. But I wouldn't change it for the world. Well, I might. I might now that I think about it. When I get emails at 1 o'clock in the morning that start with, "Per Paul." For the love of God, who the hell is Paul? You want to know who Paul is? Paul's my boss. And Paul, my boss, sure as hell ought to know not to be emailing me at 1 o'clock in the morning when he knows I go to bed at 9. I'm telling you this much, the Paul I work for is a big, huge pain in my ass. On the way over here, though, it finally dawned on me. You see what he's doing. I get it. He's getting me back.
Yeah.
He's getting me back for everything that I did to him in the 90s. You think the reign of terror from 2002 to 2005 was something? You ought to try working for the dude. Where's a frickin' sledgehammer when you need it? But just like in the 90s, he didn't leave me. So I'm sure as hell not leaving him.
Hey.
Those two guys down there, and another that isn't with us.
Hey, yo.
With the click, it was ride or die from the very beginning. And nothing is ever going to change that. Hunter is the guy that can take the WWE into the future. There's no one better and more equipped to do that than Hunter. I watch him work with talent. I marvel at his temperament, his ability to work with high caliber talent. I mean, who can go and collaborate with Bad Bunny and Travis Scott and then turn around and work with Roman Reigns and CM Punk? He started creating his own elaborate WrestleMania entrances, and now he's doing it for the entire roster. He has an incredibly unique way of managing the corporate and the business side, and yet still does it without losing his love for what happens inside that ring. People and talent, they feel more confident with Triple H at the helm, but because he can keep the integrity. He can keep the integrity of pro wrestling and keep the WWE continuing to be the largest sports entertainment brand in the entire world. This time, I'm going to bring out the best friend a guy could ever have. He's one hell of a leader. And I know he knows this, but I have to say it publicly. And I'm not sorry. Buddy, I love you. Please welcome the newest member of the 2025 WWE Hall of Fame, Triple H.
Yep. He's tearing up, man.
I've been sitting back there for the last 15 minutes blubbering, so I might be dehydrated. If I pass out, someone come and drop an elbow on me or something. We can get some mileage out of it at least. All of you. It doesn't get any better than having I'm not good talking when I get choked up. We might be here for a while.
Wow, his daughter's crying too.
They say in life, if you can find a true friend, you're truly a rich man. He makes me a billionaire. Thank you all for being here, first of all. I wanna mention just off the top, first of all, Motorhead. That song to me just never gets old. Lemmy gave me the gift of his sound and his friendship, and I could never repay him for that. One thing before we get started tonight, I wanted to take a moment to do one little thing here. Rich Herring, please stand up. Many of you saw Rich get inducted in the Hall of Fame a few years ago, but he's here tonight. I wanted him to be here. Just so happens that on this day today, 55 years ago, Rich Herring did his first show for the WWF.
Wow.
And he has never left this company. He was here through thick and thin, and as I would learn to know him, I would start to call him the Wolf, like in Pulp Fiction. Because it's really bad. If something was really messed up and you didn't know what to do, I would just call the Wolf and he would fix it. Thank you, Rich, for all your years. For being here. You are the man. Thank you. A lot of us would not be here, especially my friends, if it wasn't for Rich Herring. You know, when Nick first sprang this on me, as we were doing a town hall, and out would walk Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker, and I was thinking to myself, like, I probably should have read this format better before we came out here, because I didn't know these guys were coming out, and I had no idea what they were doing. Since that moment, I've been trying to think about how do I talk about this, and I still don't know how. You know, everybody has their version of these speeches. Some are short, some are long, some from past years are still going right now. Mr. T is somewhere. He loves his mom, and he's just going home with the finale of that speech. But I get it now. This is by far one of the hardest things to put together. The deeper I dug into it, the harder it got. And I realized that as I went through this, it wasn't about me. It was about the people that got me here. At the end of the day, I'm just a kid from New Hampshire that at 5 or 6 years old was sitting on my dad's lap, saw Chief Jay Strongbow, and I never looked back. It was all I ever wanted to do. It was all I ever wanted to be. But without the people in your life that give you that encouragement, that lead the way, that help in whatever way they can, you just don't get there. I had a lot of those people, and I was very lucky to have them. People will say in life when they look at somebody, well, he's a self-made man, or, you know, he came from nothing and became something. He's a self-made man. There isn't a self-made man on this planet. Everybody is a product of the people around them and what it leads them to do. For me, it starts with my parents. I've said it before when we did DX. My mom taught me all that stuff. Yeah, she'll tell you to suck it. Just wait. But they taught me a work ethic and a skill set, not to become rich, not to do anything else, because working your ass off is what's right to do. If you believe in something, work until you have it. Work until it is yours. They taught me that. And if I could just take a personal second, tonight is their 61st anniversary.
Hey.
My sister Lynn is here, always supportive, always believing in me. She's 4 years older than me. I can remember one time a kid same age as her beating the I went home and told her, and she proceeded to leave the house and beat the kid. So always been there to have my back. She recently had a similar cardiac situation that I had. And when you talk about hard work, not only has she bounced back, they now have her giving testimonials. She's on billboards and she's a huge head now. She thinks she's done, you know, something special. Big star in the family, you know what I mean? Like this, but she is, because she turned her entire life around and made this remarkable comeback. She's a fighter, and I'm incredibly proud of her. My sister Lynn. Her kids are here, Nathan and Pete. I love them to death. Once I discovered wrestling, it was always in the back of my mind. It was what I wanted to do at 14 years old. I went to a gym because I thought, like, well, I got to get big like the guys I see on TV. I got to go in the gym and I got to train. I went to the gym for the first time and I absolutely fell in love with it. And I would meet another person that would help lift me up there, Brian Zagaritas, who was sitting right there. Friends for 40 years. He was my first training partner. He was jacked up, college kid. He saw this 14, 15-year-old, 6'1", 130-pound string bean kid that was probably like the gym mascot, and took me under his wing and beat the living that gym every day to help me achieve my goals. And I'm forever grateful of that. Sitting next to him is a good friend of mine, Mike Belanger, who
40 years ago was a guy in the gym. I asked him to come out here because 40 years ago, I was a guy closing the gym where he would be there every night and I'd be wearing him out with stupid stories about how I was going to get in the wrestling business and take that world over. And he listened to all of it and believed all of it and said, you should do that. And that kind of encouragement leads you to do incredible things in your life when you have somebody that stands behind you. So thank you. Around that time, I would discover Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'd watch a movie called Pumping Iron. I'd discover Arnold. I'd read a book that he wrote called Education of a Bodybuilder. I probably read it 1,000 times. In that book, there would be a blueprint that Arnold had as a kid from Austria that would decide that he was going to become the greatest bodybuilder on the planet. Then he was going to move to America, which was unheard of. And then he was going to become the biggest movie star of all time. And then he was going to get into politics and so on and so forth. I read that book like it was a blueprint of how to get what you wanted out of life. And it started in that gym because the weights didn't lie. The harder you worked, the more you got out of it. The more you got out of it, the more you succeeded. And for me, that was everything. So Arnold became a big role model for me. And somebody that I would look up to my entire career and still do to this day. I've said this to him personally. He is the American dream. But without his sort of being there in my life, whether he knew it or not, and certainly he didn't know it at the time, he would inspire me to become something more. So thank you. Along the way, one day, Ted Arcidi would walk into my gym, World's Strongest Man. And, you work your ass off for something, and then one day you catch the break. Here's this guy, he's been in the business, and I asked him to help. I'm my early 20s. Hey, please guide me. Is there a place I can go train? It wasn't like now where you could just look on the internet. He told me, nah, you don't want to get in that business. It's a whole, stay out of that. You're a nice kid, don't do that. And I just couldn't take no for an answer, and he would turn me on to this grumpy old man named Killer Kowalski.
Hey.
Kowalski, in his own unique way, in a no AC, no heat having boxing ring that was like concrete, would teach me in his own unique way. He would see something in me. And, after the first day I trained there, which, to be honest, felt like the most natural thing in my life, I left there thinking I'm supposed to do this. He said, it was on a Saturday, and he said, I'll see you tomorrow. And I said, I don't quite have the money to pay you to train me yet. I got to figure out how I'm going to get that. And I'll come back when I do. And he looked at me and said, no, you come tomorrow, pay me when you can, whatever you can. And I'm going to teach you, and you're going to be great, and you're going to be a big star. And I never forgot it. He taught me things that I didn't even know he was teaching me, because most of the time I couldn't figure out what the hell he was saying. But I still hear myself saying a different version of those things to talent today, trying to get them to that level they're trying to aspire to be. I might not have known what he was telling me at the time, but they sunk in and helped get me to that next place. From there, I would go to WCW, and I see Eric Bischoff sitting right there. Eric took a chance on a gun, geographically undesirable, right? But he took a chance, and he gave me a job, and Eric, for that, I'm forever grateful. You gave me the start. You opened the door for me into something more. Thank you. From there, the first person I would meet in WCW was Dusty Rhodes. And it was on Dusty's last day as Booker in WCW, and I had no idea. And I'm kind of the one that informed him of that when I told him that Eric Bischoff asked me to come there. But he was wonderful to me. And later in life, he would become a mentor to me. He would teach me a lot of things.
including something I take with me to this day. Booking ain't easy, kid. And it isn't. You got to work your ass off, and you got to stay in front of it always. Your dad meant the world to me. When I was there, people that would just give me words of encouragement, that meant the world to get me to that next level. Arn Anderson would walk up to me after my dark match and tell me, "You just got yourself a job, kid. Way to go." And then later that night, he would say, when the show was over, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I would say, "I'm going back to my hotel. That's it." And he would say, "No, you're not. You're coming out with us." I went out with Arn that night. Once he realized that I didn't drink or do drugs or anything else, I would go out with Arn a lot since I could drive us home safely every night. And also when he was in an unsafe environment for him, he would also make me go get a Popeye's chicken at all hours in the morning, which he would enjoy greatly. So it was a mutual relationship there. But I would learn an incredible amount from Arn Anderson, and I'm forever grateful. Harley Race, I would meet in WCW. Harley would walk up to me.
Legend.
First day, I had said hello to him. He had said hello, and then a little while later would come up to me with a cigarette. "I heard you trained with Kowalski." "Yes, sir. Yes, I did." And then he stared at me for an unreasonably long amount of time that I was very uncomfortable, and I wasn't sure if he was going to hit me. I really wasn't sure what was going to happen. And finally, he just took another drag and said, "He was the Yes, sir. I realized that. Yes, thank you very much. Harley would go on to teach me a lot of things. And a lot of people have a lot of wild stories about Harley Race. The one I will tell you is that when my daughter was born, Aurora, Harley went out of his way to personally, his wife told me, buy her a set of earrings that he picked out personally to come give to me, to give to Aurora. He was one of a kind. Guys in that time frame, and I'll just mention them briefly, that would give me a lot of encouragement, and I don't even know that they knew it. One was a guy named Stunning Steve Austin. But he would pull me aside on a regular basis to give me little tidbits of, "Hey, when you're out there, try this, try that." He was one of the few guys in an environment that was really rough at the time that was actually giving and didn't need to be. And another guy I'm looking at directly right here is Mick Foley. Cactus Jack would pull me aside in the hallway and give me little tidbits of advice and things to do and things to look forward to. And his kindness always was a wonderful thing, and it meant a lot to me. And later, and I'll talk about it later, but I hope you know how much you mean to me. Terry Taylor, who unfortunately earlier today had a little bit of a medical incident, so he's not here tonight. I wish he was. Oh, he is here. Jesus, can't stop you. Wow. Well, look, Terry Taylor was a guy that I worked with once. He looked at me and said, "How long you been working?" And I gave him the standard lie that everybody put on their stuff at the time, 5 years. And he was like, "How long you really been working?" And I said, "I don't know, like a year and a half or something." I got to WCW pretty quickly. And he said, "Man, you fooled me." He said, "Well, look, WCW has a place called the Power Plant. I know you don't have to go, you're a contract guy, but I go there every day to train. If you want me to take you the rest of the way and you want to learn, I'll be there." I went to the Power Plant every single day to work out with Terry Taylor and Steve Regal.
Hey.
Terry would take me into his home. His wife was a hell of a cook, but he would bring me around his wife and he would bring me around his kids. He made me part of his family when I didn't have one. And I was very close to my family. So being by myself in Atlanta, Terry made it a home for me and he made me feel like family. I'll never forget that. Thank you. Steve Regal was sitting a couple of rows in front of him. We would ride up and down the road together. We were about to become the Blue Bloods when I left to come here. Sherry Martel was going to be with us. But as big of a moment as that maybe was going to be for him, you know, we had been told all these big plans and it was great. He would come to me every day and honestly say, get out of here. Pack up and leave and go to WWE, and let Vince make you a big star. Get out. To this day, he is one of my best friends. He says it a lot to me. He says it all the time. But I would for him as well. I'd take a bullet for you. Now I get to WWE. I leave there and I come here. I don't know anyone. But one day, as I have tried to ride with a lot of people and realize these guys are not where I want to be. A lot of guys in that time just wanted to get in the car, not talk about this business, just get to the next town, do your thing, go work out, whatever it is, and not think about work. That's all I wanted to think about. So after realizing a lot of these people to travel with aren't for me, I was in Boston at the airport getting a rental car, and I was just going to drive by myself to Portland, Maine. And this white sketchy van pulls up outside the window and starts honking the horn. And I think like some crazy person out there honking at me. And finally I see Kevin Nash's head in the window and he's waving at me. So I'm like, here's Kevin Nash. I'm in line, like I'm finally getting to the front. I've been in this line forever. This isn't order by phone days. You can ask your parents, they'll tell you about it. I walk out, get out of line, walk out. He goes, who you riding with? I said, I'm just going to ride by myself. I'm going to drive up to Portland. He goes, jump in with us. He was by himself. I said, who's us? He said, yeah, Kid, Sean and Scott. I'm picking them up in a minute. I was like, you got a lot of people, man. No worries. I'm good. And he said, no, just get in here. So I went back in, got my bags, threw them in the car. And all we did was talk about business the entire way. And I loved it. Scott Hall would every night say to us in those cars and in those vans, can we just not talk about business tonight? Can we just drive and just not talk business for one night, please? But before we do that, you know, in your match tonight, and he would start to go into business, and that's all we would talk about again. But when Sean says, how did I, the guy that didn't drink, didn't smoke, didn't do drugs, didn't do any of that stuff, how did I end up with them? Let me tell you about the first night I ride with them. We go to Portland and we work. Kid's already laughing because he knows this story mostly buries him. We leave Portland, and at that time, not a lot of places to go late at night to eat. So we pull into a Denny's. It's packed. It's all college kids, and we're fairly recognizable at that point in time. Kev, I'm driving, so Kev's mildly in the bag. Scott Hall is very in the bag. Sean is pretty in the bag. And I'm hoping isn't going to get worse. He's sitting next to me. On the other side is Kid, who's perfectly fine. Kid has a habit of ordering like 5 drinks at one time. So he orders like, can I get a coffee, an iced tea, soda water, a lemonade, and a strawberry shake, please? He's like the drink master. He's totally fine. I start to talk to Sean, who I'm thinking, oh man, he is getting a little bit worse. And I go to turn to Kid, and Kid is face down in his strawberry shake. At this point in time, Scott Hall is in a massive argument with the waitress that he saw the cook put a booger in his eggs. And he's adamant that this is, like, he has seen this and he wants the manager, and she's not having it. And now the manager comes and he's yelling at this manager about bring the cook out here. I saw him from over here put the booger in the eggs. Kev is just kind of looking at him, and I can't tell how bad off he is, but I realize Kid is not getting out of this shake, and I got to get him out of here. So I look at Sean and I say, hey, we should probably go, because Scott is in a position where they're threatening to call the cops now, and he's face down in a strawberry shake. We should get him out of here. Sean straightens up for a bit. We start to drag Kid up, and everybody's seeing this scene and making a huge deal out of it. Begin to drag him out of this restaurant, and he catches his ankle on the door on the way out and starts screaming at the top of his lungs, my ankle, you're killing me. It's getting worse by the second. We get outside, and now as he gets outside, he kind of passes out, and I'm starting to get really scared. And now out comes Kevin and Scott and the manager and the waitress, and a bunch of kids are following them, and they're calling the police. And I'm like, this is day one, by the way, of traveling with them. I now put Kid up against the van, and Sean says, is he breathing? And I feel for his pulse, and it's there, but it's there. And I panic, and I start slapping, because I think that's how I'm going to wake him up. Sean starts to yell at me, what are you doing? You're kicking his ass. Stop beating him up. Why are you beating him up? And I'm like, he's dying. I got to try to wake him up. And now here comes Scott. What are you doing? He's mad. They're calling the cops. We can hear this going on. There's all these kids. We throw him in the van. Everybody else gets in the van. We at that point I drive him straight to the emergency room, where we sit for hours until he begins to come out of this. And Kev leans forward and tells him, just deny service and they'll let us go. And that's what he does. And we drive back to the hotel. My nerves fried. We get in there, and I look at the clock, and we have 1 hour before we have to be up and drive to the next town. And we get up, get in the van. It was daytime now. The sun had come up. So now Kev was going to drive, because that's how it worked. Being Kev in the afternoons, me at nighttime. We would establish this relationship over time. Kid would now come downstairs 15 minutes later than everybody else, like usual, get in the van and say, hey, thank you guys for saving my life last night. Let's go. And for some reason, I loved it and thought, I'm going to ride with these guys all the time. For the life of me, I have no idea why, but thank you guys. When you talk about, as Sean mentioned, a brotherhood that lasts, ride or die. And I think about Scott every day. Everybody had their strengths in that car. Kev saw the business like a movie, completely like a movie. Thought big, giant, cinematic picture things and all this stuff. Kid was a measuring stick. If you could work with him, if you couldn't work with him, you were out. At some point, they would put everybody in the ring with him and see how well they did. If they rocked it with him, they were in. If they didn't, you were done. You couldn't go, and you got moved to the side. He was the measuring stick. Sean could put it all together like nobody else. Just got it all, was a Pat disciple, could do all that stuff. But Scott had a way of simplifying everything, that he would just say something to you so simplistic that it would change your view of the business. Like, he would say it and he'd be like, yeah, we do that all the time. That absolutely makes no sense. You're correct. And you would just move on. He had this simplicity about him
to the point where it was genius. And I learned, he's so underrated. I learned so much from Scott Hall. I don't even know how to say it. He also had a unique personality. One time on Raw, we had work done the night before, me ducking the discus punch, and he would catch me with the left. We decided to do it on TV, and he would proceed to knock me out cold on Monday Night Raw. I don't remember the end of the match. I was working with Scott. Kid ran out. I don't remember any of that. Next thing I remember was Kevin Nash picking me up and putting me in a folding chair, and Scott getting right in my face and saying, "You got a glass jaw, good," and walking off. He's one of a kind, and I miss him every day. The amount of people that I had here, I was so lucky when I came in to work with, you know, from just a who's who of the greats of this business. Every single night you got to work with somebody like Brett or Steve or Sean or Kid or Kev or Scott or Mick, or, you know, at various times, and this myself, the Bushwhackers, and everybody that you could learn from under the sun. It really was a melting pot of all these styles and abilities that I loved it. I'd work with somebody different every night and just soak it up. Sean and I would eventually form DX. At that point in time, we would meet Joanie Laurer, China. She was in a hotel lobby with Jack Lanza trying to get a job, and Jack just wanted to go to bed, so he would pawn her off on me and Sean as we were walking in. And the second we met her, I was like, man, there's my heater. They had been trying to put a heater with me for a while, and she was it. Unfortunately, everybody else didn't buy that. It took us quite a while to convince everybody to do it. But once she came in, DX was a unique group. We were kind of off the reservation a little bit, as many of you know. She was the anchor. She was the grounding point. She was the foundation. She sort of was the mother of a group, not only of me and Sean, but later of Dog and Billy and Kid and me. We probably would have imploded at some point if it wasn't for her. She would keep us grounded and really was the glue. She forever changed this business. The women that we have now are incredible, and a lot of that springs out of her ability to do what she did and inspired generations. I'll be forever thankful to her for that. Damn straight. Dog, Billy, Kid, that second version of DX was probably the most fun I've ever had in this business. Brian James, I would ride with you and laugh so hard for 6 to 8 days straight. My abs would be killing me by the time we go, I think, like, what happened to me? It was just because you made me laugh the entire trip. Either that or it was a contact eye. I'm not sure which one. But that DX run was one of the best parts of my career, and I love it. Thank you. I mentioned him earlier. I'm going to try to buzz through this because it's getting late, but I don't, you know, when you do this, you just don't want to miss people. And I know I will. But I mentioned Steve Austin earlier. Steve would become like a mentor to me, whether he knew it or not. We always had this honest relationship with each other where if he didn't like something I did, he would tell me it sucked. And I would kind of do the same for him. So when everybody else was blowing smoke at you, we were at least honest with each other. And I'm always thankful for that relationship, because that honesty, when all you want is that honesty, you many, many times don't get it. And Steve would always give it to me, and I'm forever grateful for that. Mick, you gave me the gift of toughness. At a point in time in this business where everybody questioned, do I have it to go to that next level? You told them I did, and you proved it to them by everything you did for me. That street fight, that Hell in a Cell are two of my favorite matches of all time. And the fact that you chose at a time when you were walking away, which would only be actually for a couple of months, but where you were having to walk away from the business, that you said, I'm going to do that with you, and I'm going to give you that. I'm going to give you that gift of my toughness, of Cactus Jack's toughness. The moments that you and I created are embedded in me. I'll never forget them. Not just in the ring, but moments that we created. You walking down that ramp and switching shirts, and it being a magic moment for me, for you, for many people. One of my favorite opponents of all time, one of my favorite people of all time. Thank you very much for all of it. Randy Orton and Dave Batista, I believe, is not here. I wish he was. I wanted him to be here. With Rick would stand by my side. And I always, to me, Rick was my hero. Greatest of all time. We would form Evolution, which would become something that, in my mind, changed the business. The idea of it was to take two young guys that we thought had everything and give them the opportunity to become stars. We could make it happen. Along the way, you taught me what it's like to give back. My estrogen checked or something. You taught me the gift of giving back, because watching you and Dave do what you did, watching you and Dave overcome, watching you and Dave become two of the biggest stars this business has ever seen, watching you mature, the man that you are today, the dad, the husband that you are today, watching Dave become the movie star and go on to do the things, leave this to go grind and become something different in another environment. Watching the two of you become what you are, and knowing that in some way we just had a whiff of something to do with that. Just stand by your side to watch you become that. It would light a fire in me to do that with others. Thank you for being the pain in the ass that you were. And I mean that, because it helped me for where I am now. Thank you. Along the way, I had a lot of injuries. Pretty much torn everything in my body at some point in time, and then some. I have to mention Dr. James Andrews, Jeff Dugas, and the rehab specialist, Kevin Wilt. Everything that I tore, they put back on me. Kevin and Dr. Andrews and Dr. Dugas put me back together. Kevin Wilt made it possible for me to return. At times when they would tell me, when I first tore my quad, you're probably never going to wrestle again. They wouldn't let that happen. So I owe them the world, because it got me through the rest of my career. They put the pieces back together and taught me how to do the hard work to get to the next level. The creative side for me would come at a different time. I would get the opportunity to sit under the learning tree from 96 forward. I got invited to start coming to production meetings. I didn't have to. I wasn't being paid to. I had to get there hours earlier than everybody else.
But I loved it so much that that's all I wanted to do. I wanted to sit in that room and learn from these people, and I would do anything to do it. So I would show up when everybody else had to get there at 1. I would show up at 10, and I would sit in those production meetings and just listen like a sponge to Jack Lanza, to Pat Patterson, to George Steele, to everybody that was in those rooms. They lit that creative fire on me, especially Pat Patterson. Pat was probably in our generation, my generation, and the one slightly before me, was considered the greatest finish guy and the greatest mind, maybe, in the business of all time. So many times people would teach me stuff and say, Pat taught me this. And then I would get to sit with Pat every day. And he would come to me and say, hey, after the meeting's over, come sit with me in the crowd and let's talk about these next level, these matches that are coming up today. And he would teach me why he was putting together something there. And he would say, man, when you're done in the ring, he said, you feel this. This business is not here, it's here. And not that many people have it here, and you do. And when you're done in the ring, you should do this side of it. He was kind of, and I'll get to the other person in a little bit, but he was kind of one of the people that really encouraged me on the creative side of it, to get into that, to learn more about it, and to explore that. When that sort of led me to the opportunity to build a developmental system. The territories had gone away. We couldn't see the place where the next generation of talent was coming from. And their sort of desire to help me learn would allow me to get into opening up the Performance Center and building NXT. That was one of the most meaningful points in my career. I would sit, now separate from them, I would sit under the learning tree of Dusty Rhodes, and I would have him walk me through his version of booking and how things worked and his view of the business. And I learned an unbelievable amount from that man. My respect for him is next level. But it's where I would work with Matt Bloom. I would work with William Regal. I would work with Terry Taylor, and we would help to create the future. And when I look around here, Sean mentioned it about the next 2 days, and it's all pretty much damn near NXT. It is. And that is an incredible thing for me when I look around this room and see the people that came through there, the younger talent that walked through the door, and it goes all the way back to Roman and Seth and Becky and Charlotte and everybody else, Bailey, Bianca, all coming out of there. You guys inspired me. That place was like the fountain of youth, still is. But your passion and desire at a point in time when you get older in this business and you start to see it differently and you start to get tired and you start to get a little jaded, you guys were pure and honest. It inspired me. All of you did. Inspired me to love this business again. And then I would tag Sean in against his will, like he said, and he would become inspired. It didn't take me long after he came in that first couple of hours to see it for him to think, this is the fountain of youth. I want this again. It brought back his passion and love for the business. Thank you, guys. It allowed us to create so much. And all of you ensured that this business carries on from there. The people that I work with today, again, that led me through all of this. Michael Hayes. Michael Hayes, where is he? I should be able to spot him. He might have left. He might have left. The batteries were wearing out in his suit. Hopefully he'll watch this later. He's one of the most unique individuals I've ever met, but he's also got one of the biggest hearts I've ever met, of anybody I've ever met. And I tell him this all the time, but he is this generation's Pat Patterson. There's nobody better at what he does. I learned a ton from him, and I continue to this day. There's a bunch of other people that I work with now, hand in hand. Bruce Pritchard, he's been here forever. Bruce was always, a lot of times, put into a position where he was not seen favorably because he was between a rock and a hard place of the office and talent at a time when the office and talent was a direct line. a wall that separated them, and he had to be the liaison with that wall. A lot of people look down on that. The thing I always admired about Bruce is he did it with grace and a dignity towards the talent that I always admired. He's an essential part of what we do today, and I'm thankful to get to work with him on a daily basis. And then there's another guy in the back that I would want to mention is Ed Koski. Ed's been one of the lead writers, and he's a quiet force behind the scenes of somebody that just, there's so many things that have happened in this business that came out of the mind of Ed Koski. So many wonderful things about this business, and he doesn't get the credit for it because he's the kind of person that just sits in the back and does his thing. But I'm incredibly proud and honored to work with him every day, just like I am everybody on our staff and crew. All these people that are making these events happen, the crew, the riggers, the camera guys, the production people. I learned something from each and every one of you. I learn it every day. We cannot do our jobs without you, and I'm so thankful for all of you. You make it possible for us to do our jobs. Paul Heyman. You said a couple of years, or last year, at your Hall of Fame ceremony where I sat behind you looking at your wonderful ass the entire evening. You said sometimes a man just has to accept reality. I don't believe that. Sometimes you got to just say, fuck. And you got to create your own. You helped me learn that. You did. Paul has a Hall of Fame ring on his hand. Inside that ring, I had inscribed consigliere. Thank you. The rest of my family, Linda, it just dawned on me right now how pissed off Sean is in the back. Got to be at NXT in like 15 minutes. It's part of why I'm going so long. It's kind of fun. I get to pay him back for all those years. My daughters could not have a better example of what a strong, powerful woman is than you. From CEO to the highest levels of giving back to this country, you are an inspiration to them, to Steph, to myself. I love you very much. And to Shane, who's not here, but he's the brother I never had. Miss you, Shane. Hopefully we'll see each other soon. Please don't jump off anything incredibly high anytime soon, please. Put him in the Hall of Fame. And now there's one thing that I've skirted around all night long, but I've got to talk about it, and that's Vince. It's a complicated story and a complicated relationship, but in so many ways I would not be here without him. Not just in my business life, which would be enough on its own. My career, he's the one that saw something in me creatively, invited me to those production meetings, taught me, let me sit under that learning tree, and encouraged me to sit under the Pat learning tree and continue to learn. But also in my personal life, my family. He wasn't just my boss. He wasn't just a friend. He wasn't just a mentor. He would become my father-in-law. He's my wife, the person I love the most in this world. He's her father. He's my kid's grandfather. So it's complicated. When there's somebody that helps propel you that far, you owe them so much. He taught me so much, what to do, what not to do. I'm grateful for all those lessons. I love you, Vince. And thank you. One person I also want to bring up, because I talked about him briefly, but is The Undertaker. There's no one in this business I respect more than him. He was a measuring stick here. He was the locker room leader when locker room leader meant locker room. He was the calm, steady hand. He was the person that I always looked to. I learned so much from him. You had to earn his trust. For a long time, he wouldn't speak to me other than to say hello. Many, many months into that, one night I would be sitting at a bar with the clique, and he would look over at me and give me a nod. And I would walk over to him, and he would put 2 shots of Jack Daniels in front of us. And he would just look at me. And I picked it up. And we drank that Jack Daniels. And I knew well enough to gargle it as well. I proceeded to try not to throw up. But we put the glasses down. He just looked at me, nodded, said, "You're all right." That was the beginning of a friendship. When I would begin a relationship with Steph, that in many ways could have been the end of my career. If things didn't work out well, it could have been the end of hers. Could have been the worst thing in the world. But when you're there and you love somebody, you kind of don't have a choice, right? And I was stuck in this rock and this hard place. So what do? Well, the person I went to was Taker. To say, what do I do here? The words he gave me set up the rest of my life. You know who you are. You know what you do. You know what you bring to the table. You're taking a risk. It's yours to take. But if you love her, go get it. And anybody that doesn't like it, they can. That changed my life and meant more to me than he will ever know. I don't know, there's a prompter up there that's giving me cues, but now it's off the thing. Okay. I'm getting to the end, I promise. A few years ago, I had a health scare. Went from running crazy and thinking nothing can touch you, doing business. I had been on a run of, 20 days or something like that, going West Coast, East Coast, Orlando, back to West Coast, back to Vegas, back to East Coast. I was running crazy and I started to get sick and I thought I had pneumonia. Kept getting worse. Went to the doctor and I was in heart failure. Look, how does that happen? And not just like, say you're having a heart moment here, like your ejection fraction should be around 55, 60. Mine was, by the time I got in there, single digits. I was on the 1 yard line. at that point, your life changes. I see this as a gift now. Taught me things about myself and what was important. And while your passions and the things you go after and the things that you strive to be at the end of the day are just the things you do with the people around you. And it's the people around you that matter. I not once laid there thinking like, holy shit, production meeting tomorrow, or like a board meeting, or Jesus, I got to get this project done. I got to go do that. All I thought about was Steph and those girls. It was a wake-up call on how to appreciate life. I don't wish any of you to have it, but I wish you learned that lesson because it's incredible. It's a clarity. I work as hard now as I ever did, but I see things differently. The passion that I have for it differently. Little things don't bother me as much as they did. Those little moments where you're just frustrated, things aren't going your way, you feel like this isn't, how can they do this to me, or whatever it is that's going on in your life that you could matter. Doesn't. Because this shit can all end tomorrow. For anyone. So think about what's important in your life and embrace it and live it to the fullest. For me, what was important was those three girls and Steph. Aurora, who has been on me all day about you better talk about me. All she's been waiting for is me to get to this part. It's hard for me to believe, in my mind, there's still, and Cody, in my mind, there's still tiny little things sitting on my suitcase or my briefcase. Rolling them into the production meeting so they could sing Twinkle Twinkle in front of the most grizzled bunch of miserable men on the planet, and they would all melt because of it. Aurora is now in college, playing softball for Springfield, working towards a doctorate in physical therapy. She's one of the hardest working kids I know, and I'm so incredibly proud of you. Murphy, who's 16, has her license, is about as eclectic as it gets. She rides horses, she paints, she draws, she's incredibly creative, and she also plays on the boys' football team in high school.
Hey. Yes.
She's a running back on that team, and when I asked her why she wanted to play football with boys in high school, she said, because I want to prove to myself that I can. It was as simple as that. Take on the world, Murphy. You can do it all. And Vaughn. 14 going on 40. Like she's been divorced twice or something. The fashion icon, telling everybody in the family what to wear. I don't know, it's going to be a pop star or she loves to sing, she loves to dance, loves to have fun. You can do anything you want to do in this life. I'm proof of that. Just work your ass off for it. And Steph, people always say this, best friend. I don't know if I can, actually. You're my best friend. You're my rock. You're everything. I could not imagine a better partner, a better mom, a better person to be by my side through all this. Ups and downs, everything. One word, forever. Not a bad commitment level for a guy who's just trying to get a better spot in his job, right? 20 years later, 3 kids, I'm all in on it. And then the last person, and I swear to God, I'm going home. I want to bring up Nick Khan. And you, Sonny. Sonny's a secret weapon creatively. He comes in, tells me what needs to happen on all the creative as we move forward. He walks in the door, says, Triple, here's what you need to do tomorrow. And then we go from there, right? Known Nick for about a decade. One of the most influential people in my life. The best businessman I've ever met. One of the best human beings I've ever met. One of the best people at reading things and reading people and reading a room and looking at business things. And he will tell you, I swear sometime he's like a human crazy 8-ball or something like that, where he just has the answers for everything as they're coming in real time. I mean it when I say it. I could not do this without you. And for everybody that's in this room, that it all means the world to, because you're just like me. A big part of all of this weekend and everything that is happening in WWE is because of him. Right there. He does not like to be in the spotlight. He does not like to be in the forefront, and he doesn't like to be thanked for it or seen for it. So make sure that you go up to him if you see him at something and bother him because he needs it. But Nick, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. So I'm going to wrap this up. Talked about a lot of people and how they influenced me to do something more, to be something more than I ever thought I could be. Because in many ways, tomorrow and Sunday, I'm still just that kid. I'm just not sitting on the couch now. I'm sitting in a chair at gorilla position with a headset on, just watching what I love to watch. Tomorrow, I'm going to get to watch the best athletes on this planet do what they do better than anybody else in the world, in the greatest form of entertainment in the world. And while I'm trying to hide it and not be that little kid and do business inside, I'm still going to be that little kid. All the people that I mentioned today helped prop that little kid up to be something more. More than just the 14-year-old kid in New Hampshire with a dream. This business hooks you, and when it does, man, for most of us, it's all we ever want to do. When you all leave here tonight, think about that. I don't want to be preachy, but when you leave here, think about how you interact with others. The slightest compliment, the slightest assistance, the slightest nod to them can change their life and make them do something more. The negative comment, the tearing them down, the shooting a hole in somebody's dream or telling them they're not or they can't or whatever that is, can have the exact opposite effect. I'm telling you, with everything that I am, when you do the first, when you encourage others, when you help them get their dreams, it is truly the greatest part of my life now, is seeing these kids succeed, helping try to give back, try to encourage, try to be a positive light in this world, so that everybody can be the best that they can be. It's the only way to move forward. The last person that I want to thank in this room is all of you. Call it what you want. Call it what you want. Call it fans, call it the WWE Universe, call them marks, I don't care what you want to call it. None of us are anything without you. I sure as hell am nothing without you. You have made this dream possible, whether you loved me or hated me. It's been up and down all over the place. Feelings mutual, just for you. Thank you to all of you. You've taken a normal kid from New Hampshire's life and made it into a dream that he could never write, ever. And I'm always grateful for that. I promise you that I will do everything in my power, everything that I have to take this business that we all love and keep it alive for the next generation who will keep it alive when I am gone. I promise you that. I will work my ass off for you. It might not always be great. It might not always be perfect, but I will give you every that I have because you made me who I am and I will never forget it. So to everybody out there, supporters, haters, I do not care. I've got 2 words for you. I was thinking thank you, but I'll go with the second. All right. Thank you very much.
Hey, that was a long fucking speech. It was good. Great speech. Gotta do a spit. For you guys. Thank you guys for joining me in this very long show. Remember to always be grateful. We're right there for things that we have. Be grateful for the problems you don't have. You can always be much worse. I've been Lobo, and this was JoJerz Wild Side. See ya.